Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's great to be here in person. I remember 2 years ago we did the whole thing on Teams, which is much nicer to be here than on Teams. So this is joint work with Chek Choi and Juan Llabrador Peralt, the two great PhD students at IES, and then Marcus Hagedorn, who's also here in the audience we allowed a Norwegian to participate on the Swedish project. So what are we after in this paper? I mean, we thought that this is all kind of very new research, so we're really looking forward to getting comments and feedback, but we thought that it kind of really fit in with the theme of the conference, so we kind of wanted to show you what we have so far. So like I said, we're interested in thinking about shocks, increases in demand, and how that can lead to potentially shifts in the Phillips curve and persistence in inflation. So if we think about nominal demand and inflation in equilibrium, typically we think kind of in this space, if you think about output and inflation, we have some notion of a Phillips curve, which shows this kind of trade-off between output and inflation. And we can think about demand. Here I've just kind of rewritten D is going to be nominal demand, Y would be output, and so P is the price level. We're going to get an equilibrium where these two things cross. So if we think about what happens if we have an increase in nominal demand, kind of the main motivation for this paper was trying to think about how increases in demand kind of driven by fiscal policy during the COVID crisis might have led to what we see today in terms of inflation. But here, let's just think about any increase in demand. What's that going to do? Well, that's going to shift the demand curve, right? Nominal demand goes up. And if we think about this kind of through the lens of the New Keynesian model, what do we think? We think we kind of shift along the Phillips curve. Expected marginal cost increases, we get an increase in inflation, we get an increase in output, and that we shift along this curve, and that's what we get. That's kind of what you get from the standard Calvo model. If you were to have an increase in nominal demand, you get some movement in prices and some movement in output. Now, what we want to do kind of in this paper is think about shocks to demand, nominal demand, can also lead to shifts in the Phillips curve itself. So here, what we want to think about is if you imagine something like a big fiscal stimulus, something that you give out to households that's going to increase the nominal demand that they produce, that's not going to only increase kind of the reset prices that people would want to set in something like a Calvo setting. That could also lead to just an increase in the frequency of price changes themselves, which could lead to a shift upwards in the Phillips curve. Now here you can see that then, relative to what you would think from the standard slope of the Phillips curve that you might estimate, that you would kind of get more inflation, less increases in output. But what this also is going to generate is going to generate persistence in inflation. So that because of the shift in the Phillips curve, after a shock to nominal demand, it's going to look like lagged inflation would kind of show up significantly in kind of driving the Phillips curve above and beyond expected future marginal costs. So, what this is going to look like is that we're going to show you kind of in the context of a menu cost model that these kind of increases in nominal demand can lead to shifts in the Phillips curve. If we kind of depart from the Calvo model, we're going to look at kind of a standard menu cost model. And so the demand shocks can also lead, like I said, to shifts in the Phillips curve, which are going to look kind of from the view of a Calvo model like a cost push shock. It's going to look like a shift in the Phillips curve. Or it's going to look like if you were to kind of run a regression controlling for future marginal costs and for lagged inflation, it's going to look like lagged inflation is going to be important for explaining contemporaneous inflation because of this shift. So that's what we want to do. But in the context of the model, lagged inflation is actually not important. Kind of once you control for the shocks to demand, that's going to exactly explain what you see in terms of the shift. Okay, so I think where we kind of started this project, where we'd like to go, is thinking about a model where we have kind of a non-trivial demand curve. So something with like a Hank model with incomplete markets, where you can give kind of fiscal stimulus to households, thinking about transfers in COVID. That gives us kind of a non-trivial demand curve. And then thinking about a model with menu cost pricing, where again, we're going to have this non-trivial inflation curve, where when you move nominal demand, you're also going to potentially lead to shifts in the Phillips curve. We're not going to get here today. Because here, for today, I'm going to mostly talk about kind of this box, where we're going to think about looking at a menu cost model where we're going to have complete markets and we're going to have shocks to nominal demand to think about kind of this movement in the inflation curve in response to changes in demand, but we're going to think about taking demand kind of purely as a process. Just to kind of study what we can get, can we get these shifts in the Phillips curve? Can we get that it looks like you have a cost per shock in response to a change in demand? So kind of the standard New Keynesian model with complete markets is kind of in this upper box. You don't really have, with Carnot equivalence, if you give fiscal stimulus, that's not going to have any impact on demand or output. Again, you only have kind of this forward-looking Phillips curve that's going to depend on expected future marginal costs. You can't get any kind of shifts in the Phillips curve because of stimulus. So we're going to kind of try to contrast these two models today. And so, again, the current Hank literature mostly sits here, where again you have the non-trivial demand curve because of the lack of Ricardian equivalence and MPCs which depart from permanent income, but you don't have this kind of interaction with the Phillips curve. So this is where we eventually want to be, but I think we're going to make some interesting points kind of in this box, which hopefully you will also find interesting. Okay, so like I said, so what's nice is that this inflation curve, it's going to integrate this kind of forward-looking inflation due to expected future marginal costs, but it's also going to have kind of older, if you think about Friedman kind of inflation, helicopter inflation, that when we see kind of nominal demand increases, that's going to change the frequency at which people adjust their prices, and it can lead to these shifts in the Phillips curve. So it's going to allow for both the intensive margin, like we see from Calvo, how big are you going to reset your price, but also the frequency of price adjustments is going to respond endogenously. So both the intensive and the extensive margin. So what am I going to do? I'm going to start off kind of going through a very simple model of menu costs where firms are going to be identical, just to kind of warm everyone up. Then we'll kind of go over what happens when we allow for productivity shocks across firms, so we'll have a whole distribution of firms. And I'll talk through a little bit of the kind of the mechanism of how we're going to get these intensive and extensive margins. Then we'll bring the model to the data. I'll show you that it can line up with experiences where we see when inflation changes, we have kind of changes in frequencies and prices, and then we'll do some experiments. So that's the basic idea. Particularly if you haven't seen menu cost models before, I think this is very helpful. If you have solved them all the time, then you can fall asleep for 10 minutes and then wake back up when we get to the results. Okay, so like I said, first it's going to be very simple, and we're going to think about just kind of one firm to understand what's going on, and then I'll add in productivity shocks. So like I said, we're going to think about as kind of taking nominal demand dt as given. I mean, we could kind of say that as a representative agent and do shocks to the discount factor, but I think it's easier, again, just to think about taking D as a process to understand kind of the transmission from demand to what's going on in price setting. So what's consumption? Again, let's think about that aggregate consumption here is going to be a composite of a continuum of intermediates indexed from 0 to 1. There'll be some elasticity of substitution epsilon between those different varieties. And so, what are households doing? They want to maximize their aggregator of consumption such that the total expenditures that they have on consumption is just equal to nominal demand. So you can think about, D is just kind of shocking the resources that the household wants to spend in that period, but then they're optimally going to allocate those resources across the different varieties based on the prices for each of those goods. So this kind of gives standard CES demand. The consumption of good I is just going to be downward sloping in that good's price relative to the aggregate price level with the elasticity given by epsilon. So this gives rise to the standard price index, where again we're just going to kind of integrate over the different prices raised to the power of 1 minus epsilon. And the budget constraint of the households, again, is that their total nominal demand is just going to have to equal the price level kind of with kind of appropriately defined times composite consumption, which again is just this integral across the varieties. Okay, so like I said, let's think about the price. Now let's go to the firm side. Here we're going to start off, again, firms all having the same productivity. We'll add productivity shocks in 2 slides, but here just to kind of understand what's going on in the model. So we're going to have a measure 1 continuum of firms. They're, again, going to be indexed from 0 to 1. So each of these firms are going to produce kind of these different consumption varieties that I showed on the previous slide. So what do they know? They know, kind of given an aggregate price level and a level of nominal demand, that the demand for their particular variety again, is going to be downward sloping in the price that they set. So again, this is kind of standard what you get from monopolistic competition. They're going to have some nominal cost of producing this output YT. So it's going to depend on the price level. Let's think about that there's some real marginal cost here, which again can depend on the real level of output, and then just what their YT is. So what's the profit in nominal terms that a firm is going to get if it sets a price P? Well, again, it's just going to be how much they can sell given the price that they set and what they produce, net of their total costs. Now, how are we going to build in the menu cost model? So the idea here is that firms are going to inherit the price that they set in the previous period. So this is going to be their PT minus 1 of I. And we're going to assume that there's going to be kind of an IID idiosyncratic adjustment cost psi that the firms are going to draw. So they're going to draw this idiosyncratic adjustment cost, and then they're going to decide, do I want to keep the price that I had before, or do I want to pay the adjustment cost to reset my price? OK. So because this is going to be stochastic and it's going to be independent across firms, what we can do is that kind of from an ex ante point of view, kind of before you see the shock, we can characterize what's the probability that a firm that comes in with some previous price PT minus 1, given the level of given the aggregate price level and the level of nominal demand today, what's the probability they're going to reset their price? So let's just call that lambda t. So that's going to obviously depend on this distribution that we have for psi. And so what's that going to do? That's going to lead to some aggregate price dynamics. So if we look at how is inflation going to evolve, it's going to depend on the evolution of the aggregate price level. And so what's in a Calvo model, that would just be kind of all the firms that didn't adjust today plus the price that plus the firms that do adjust times the price that they reset. So here in the menu cost model, it's going to be the same thing, except this probability of resetting is now an endogenous object. So kind of the first term here, this is the reset price that conditional on you paying the fixed cost today. What are you going to reset your price to? And here, because we've assumed that all firms are identical, they're all going to choose the same reset price, P star. So this is kind of the average price increase conditional on adjusting. And then here, this lambda is the probability of adjusting within the period. But again, this is now going to be an endogenous object, so it's not just whatever the theta from the Calvo ferry. So again, we can kind of rewrite this in terms of the inflation rate of adjusters net of the inflation rate of those that don't adjust, again, times the probability of adjustment. OK, so what can we do? So here, we're going to kind of follow up on work by Caballero and Engel. So let's think about log linearizing this equation kind of around a steady state. Again, what we can do is we can write inflation in period t, again, as a product of kind of the average increase in the price level times kind of the average, kind of like the steady state probability of adjustment, plus this other term, which is going to capture kind of the difference in the probability of adjustment around the steady state. So this is going to be, again, like the intensive margin term, kind of the one that corresponds, like we see, to Calvo. And this will be the extensive margin term, which is going to capture changes in the frequency of price adjustment. So again, this one kind of looks like Calvo because it looks like a reset price times a fixed probability. And this is going to be kind of capturing this intensive margin of how much do I want to increase my price in response to a shock. Whereas the second term, it captures the extensive margin. And so here, again, it's kind of looking at the size of the price adjustment, again, times this increase in probability of wanting to adjust your prices. And so in this model, you can get people that are having prices increase and prices decrease. So if we think about for a shock to nominal demand, where nominal demand increases, we can look at the probability of price increases. So imagine people whose price yesterday was below the aggregate price level yesterday. Then if we look at kind of this deviation in their price from the one that they would like to set, here this is going to be positive because PT star is going to be, PT tilde is going to be lower than 1. And this kind of this increase in the probability of price adjustment is going to increase, because again, your price is below, so the kind of product of positive and positive is going to be positive. So the measure of firms that are going to want to increase their prices is going to increase. And if we look at kind of the probability of price decreases, so people who kind of had prices above the level that they wanted, again, those are going to decrease, again, from what we have here. So in response to a positive nominal demand shock, we're going to get both more people are going to want to change prices on the positive side, and fewer firms are going to want to kind of decrease prices on the negative side. And kind of what you can show is that the probability of price changes, that kind of this term is going to dominate this term, so that the overall probability of price changes is going to increase in response to the shock. And so kind of this is the extra margin that we want to see kind of in the context of the model. Is this going to help us generate persistence in inflation in response to shocks? Okay, so that's kind of, this is just to give you the kind of the basic idea of what's going on. Now, of course, we're going to make it more complicated because we're going to allow firms to be hit by idiosyncratic shocks. So now it's not just that maybe you haven't adjusted for a while because you had a high XI and your price is kind of lagging behind. Now your marginal costs are essentially going to be moving around, so you're going to have this other motive of why you haven't adjusted. Yeah.
Should I think of the shock? Should I think of the shock like you're in a steady state already, and then this is an MIT shock, or should I just be thinking about these shocks always hitting? Yes. Okay.
So for today, we're going to linearize the model. So we're going to think about like MIT shocks around a steady state.
Okay.
I'll show you some things where we look at nonlinearities, but for now, let's just think about shocks around steady state.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's add in idiosyncratic productivity. So now what we're going to do is that essentially if we think about how are the profit equation going to adjust, we're just going to allow, again, essentially firms' marginal or firms' productivity to have this term Z, T, which is going, like I said, to be idiosyncratic, so it'll be a full distribution. And what does that mean? It just means that the marginal costs are going to be scaled down by ZT. So kind of this equation would look kind of exactly the same as before, except now we have this productivity term. So again, the real profits the firms are going to make, again, their price relative to the aggregate one, net of their marginal cost divided by, this is the aggregate marginal cost. And then this is, so this, you can think about this here as just being like the real wage divided by productivity, and again, of what they produce. What we're going to do is we're going to make an assumption that these shocks to the idiosyncratic adjustment cost shocks are going to scale with ZT to the epsilon minus 1. This is essentially going to be a convenient kind of normalization of thinking about productivity and the shocks, such that we're going to take these shocks to be random walks, and that productivity itself is going to be able to drop out as a state variable for what we solve. So, if you don't like this, this is not crucial for what we're going to find today. This is just something that's going to make our life much easier, so that it's going to kind of line up for thinking about like permanent income shocks in a household model that we can kind of normalize things and remove the productivity. So now what we can do is we're going to rewrite the model in terms of the firm-specific markup. So the markup now is going to kind of depend on this productivity term. So this is, we've basically rewritten things to say, what is your markup over marginal costs, and given your productivity. And so now firms are going to have essentially a target markup, which is going to move around with their shocks to productivity. Whereas before, firms all wanted to have the same target markup because they were identical. And so it's just going to be a component of this idiosyncratic term, which is moving around, which is going to depend on their past price setting behavior and their productivity. And then this aggregate term, which you can think about as just kind of the real wage and real demand. Okay, so like I said, we're going to take productivity to be a random walk in logs. Again, this, I'm going to write things down here where z is a state variable, but you can think about, again, if you divide through everything here by z, or z to the epsilon minus 1, you can kind of express this in terms of a markup relative to productivity, and it makes things kind of nice and easy to solve. So now you can think about you coming in with some markup and some productivity. If you don't adjust, well, what happens? Your markup is going to stay the same, and so the profits that you're going to make are again just given by the previous equation, your idiosyncratic markup, and then the aggregate term. And going forward, you know that the next period, your markup is going to evolve based on how the aggregates move, so how the aggregate price level and the kind of aggregate marginal cost is going to move. And then we're going to have this kind of term that says how your productivity is going to move, but kind of and how that's going to adjust your markup. If you do adjust, again, now you're going to choose, instead of choosing your price, that's equivalent to choosing what markup you want to have today. So you're going to optimally reset your markup, but still going forward, again, the markup is going to evolve and your productivity is going to evolve subject to the random walk. So what's the adjustment decision? So again, when you wake up, you see your markup, you see your productivity, and then you're going to decide, do you want to adjust or not want to adjust? That's kind of the basic idea. And then the fact that this IID shock here is going to essentially smooth things out, so that there's going to be a cutoff rule. So if your cost is below a certain value, then you're going to choose to adjust. If it's above that, then you don't. How do we get market clearing? Again, so output is just going to be nominal demand divided by the price level, which again is just going to aggregate up across all of these different varieties. Here we can kind of substitute how that relates to kind of individual prices and the aggregate price level, which again is just going to give us this term, which is going to kind of relate nominal demand to prices. So this is just kind of showing that everything here is going to work the way that kind of set up in a standard model. Okay, so that's kind of the model. So now what we're going to do is we're going to think about taking this model of the data. The way that we're going to calibrate it is we're going to follow Midrigan's econometrica paper for thinking about, we're going to remove things like sales. We're going to try to match the data on price changes and kind of the distribution of price changes. But essentially, we're going to kind of take use what he did for the kind of the modeling choices to get these things to work. We're not going to have multi-product firms for today, but otherwise we're going to kind of do what he does. Kind of to Jen's question before, we're going to think about here small shocks around steady state. So here everything is going to be linear, for what I'm going to show you. And we're not going to have mass points. I mean, you can allow kind of that some positive measure firms get like a free adjustment each period. So we're not going to have mass points in the setup for today. But just to give you an idea, like here's kind of when you solve the model, this is kind of giving you a sense, the percentile of the size of price changes that we get in the kind of the model relative to the data. We try to match kind of the frequency of regular price changes, something like 2.9% per week, so that the model at least looks like the microdata in terms of what we see in terms of price changes, sizes, both the intensive and extensive margin. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to think about, does this model line up with what we know in the data, kind of in the steady state, as we change the inflation rate? Does that line up with what we know about changing both the intensive and extensive margins of price setting? So there's this very cool paper by Fernando Alvarez and co-authors in the QJE, from hyperinflation to stable prices, Argentina's evidence on menu cost models. What we want to do is we want to show that the model that as we've calibrated, as we move the steady state inflation rate, that the price setting behavior is going to look like what it does in Argentina. So that at least the model has the ability to kind of capture what we know from the data in terms of how inflation is going to move both these two margins. So here I'm going to show you first the intensive margin. This is the picture from their paper. These are in log scales. So this is 1,000% to 0.1% inflation. This is going to be the average price change. Blue here is going to be price increases. Red are price decreases. So you can see that things look relatively flat. Then once annual inflation starts picking up, you get kind of big price increases on the up, and the intensive margin price decreases seems to be relatively flat. This is what happens if we kind of do the same thing. So each dot here you can think of is a different steady state where we change kind of the average growth rate of nominal demand to kind of match the annual inflation rate. And you can see that kind of, quantitatively, qualitatively, we match the pattern where kind of the intensive margin of price decreases is relatively flat, maybe picks up a little bit here, but then we get this kind of increasing intensive margin as we increase the steady state inflation rate going up. So the intensive margin looks good relative to the data. Here, and I'm going to show you the extensive margin. Here you can see the kind of, in terms of price decreases, tends to be relatively flat, then decreases when inflation gets very high. The blue, again, is increases. So again, you can see that that looks relatively flat, and then kind of around maybe 5%, you start to get this strong increase in the extensive margin. And then the yellow here is the total. So we do the same thing in the model. So the red is price decreases, the blue is increases, and the green is the total. Again, you can see that qualitatively, we match the patterns of decreases are kind of flat and then fall off, increases start picking up, and then the total is kind of increasing in this way. So, we think now that this model is kind of, at least in the steady state, it can kind of capture the right trade-offs between intensive and extensive margin, so that it's going to be kind of good for thinking about how these margins are going to adjust in response to shocks. Oh, sorry, one more. This is kind of looking at in terms of price changes and inflation, kind of the difference between price increases and price decreases. Again, from their paper, we're going to get the same in the model. Kind of, again, this inverse U-shape in terms of kind of total price changes versus the difference between increases and decreases. So again, we're kind of capturing the right microevidence in terms of what the firm price setting behavior is. Okay, so what are we going to do in terms of experiments? We're going to feed in an autocorrelated demand growth process. So if you look at kind of nominal demand growth in the data, in terms of growth rates, it looks like if you were to estimate the autocorrelation of shocks to nominal demand growth, you would get something quarterly like 0.5. So that's what we're going to feed in. We're going to simulate the model. Again, we're going to linearize it. And we're going to simulate the model to get some model-generated time series for output and inflation in response to these shocks. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run regressions on this data, the kind of, the standard type of kind of Calvo regressions that you would run, where you're going to look at how inflation varies with marginal costs and lagged inflation. And then we're going to kind of see how well the model looks kind of relative to the data, to the type of regressions that people run. And then we're going to kind of show that lagged inflation is going to show up when you run kind of the New Keynesian specification. But then once you control for nominal demand, that lagged inflation is no longer going to look significant. So that's kind of the basic idea. So again, we just simulate the model with, again, this process. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to run the kind of Galli-Gertler type of regression. If you thought you had Calvo, we're going to regress this on future marginal costs. So this is with kind of true future marginal costs or expected future marginal costs in the data. In the model. In the model, we know what they are. We could also kind of do what people do in the data is kind of instrument future marginal costs with contemporaneous variables. But what you can see is that when you control for future marginal costs, and you control also for lagged inflation, you get that lagged inflation shows up as significant. So this is the kind of regression that people run in the data, and they say the Calvo model Calvo model is purely forward-looking. If you control correctly for all the forward-looking marginal costs, then lagged inflation has no role to explain current contemporaneous inflation. And so then people start to put in indexation or all kinds of other backward-looking terms to try to get this inflation in there. So we think that this is a success, that this menu cost model is a forward-looking model. We've given it these shocks, and it can replicate, in the type of regressions that people run, that it looks like lagged inflation is an important predictor of contemporaneous inflation. If you kind of were to control for just nominal demand growth directly, and also control for lagged inflation, so lagged inflation is also going to show up. So controlling for the contemporaneous increase in nominal demand is not going to kind of kill this term for lagged inflation. Because again, if you think about these shocks to nominal demand, it's kind of past shocks which are going to be shifting this Phillips curve up and down. So just controlling for the contemporaneous growth is not going to kill the fact that past shocks may have led to these shifts in the Phillips curve. So the kind of contemporaneous demand growth is still going to give you this kind of significant term for lagged inflation. Yep. This is all model. I'll show you some things from the data, but this is all model. So this is the kind of over simulation. So we simulate the model for 1,000 years. Simulation error. Yeah, sorry. So the question was, what are the standard errors? So the standard errors, this is just essentially, so it's just sampling error over the simulation. Okay, so now if we run the full, so this is kind of the Calvo specification where we just control for future marginal costs or expected future marginal costs and lagged inflation. If we now control for expected future marginal costs, lagged inflation, and kind of contemporaneous and lags of nominal demand, you can see here that we essentially kill the term on lagged inflation, so that kind of the expected future marginal costs, again, this captures still the forward-looking term that is going to depend on how future expected marginal costs are going to move. This kind of, given a level of the Phillips curve, how that's going to contribute to inflation kind of going forward from the intensive margin. But these shocks to lag nominal demand are going to capture kind of these past shifts that we may have seen to the Phillips curve from the past nominal demand shocks. So that kind of given what we've seen for movements in nominal demand that could have shifted the Phillips curve, then inflation no longer shows up as kind of an explainer or something that can explain contemporaneous inflation. So that kind of this term that you get from the Calvo regressions disappears, and it can all be explained by past nominal demand shocks. So we think that this is kind of, as success, that you don't need to put backward-looking terms into your Phillips curve in order to kind of match potentially what we see in the data. I'll show you some things from the data to show that, again, these type of equations, these type of specifications, when you run them in the data, are going to look the same, but that you can get past shocks to nominal demand to show up as kind of cost push shocks or backward-looking shocks in the Phillips curve estimation. I just want to show you that. So here, I'll kind of skip this for time, but you do get kind of significant nonlinearities in this model if you scale up shocks. So we're kind of working on also looking at what happens if you solve this to higher orders. But for today, this, everything we've gotten happens even when you just have, when you've linearized the model and everything is to first order. So here, if we kind of build on work by this paper again in QJE by Hazel, Hereño, Nakamura, and Steinson, kind of looking at kind of over time in the US and across regions, we can kind of look at shocks to transfers that have been paid out by the government as kind of a proxy for changes to nominal demand. If you kind of run, on their data set, kind of run these equations, again, you get that lag demand here is showing up. You can kind of instrument for future marginal costs. Again, if we start including now kind of lag transfers, well, you can see that if you include, in addition to changes, just contemporaneous changes in transfers, lag changes in transfers, you start to decrease the coefficient here on inflation, and it becomes less and less significant. So this is kind of adding this term here. So this is going to be our proxy in the data to show that as you include these past, what are our proxies for past increases in nominal demand, lagged inflation starts to become less and less significant in the estimation. Again, if you kind of don't just showing if you don't include the inflation lag, again, the contemporaneous changes in transfers become more important. But it looks like in the data, again, once you kind of include this shocks to the nominal demand as an intermediate variable, lagged inflation becomes less and less significant for kind of explaining what we see in the Phillips curve. Okay, I think I'm about out of time, so let me just wrap up here. So hopefully I've kind of convinced you that the menu cost model, again, has the ability to generate these shifts in the Phillips curve, kind of in response to past shocks in nominal demand. so that it's not just expected future real marginal costs, which are going to be determinants of inflation today, but also nominal demand growth is going to be important for figuring out what inflation is. And so that these shifts in nominal demand growth can shift the Phillips curve. And so that it gives us a theory of things that look like, from the point of view of the Calvo model, cost push shocks, but are really just coming from changes in price setting behavior due to these demand shocks. And these demand shifts can explain what looks like inflation persistence, or what is inflation persistence from the point of view of a Calvo type of regression, so that this lagged inflation is going to show up as significant in regression if you don't control for changes in nominal demand. And it looks like what you get in the data if you run these type of regressions that people have been doing to estimate Phillips curves. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much, Kurt. We have time for a couple of questions.
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, super interesting. So, can you what happens with a one-time money demand shock? Do you still get is it just show up as nonlinearities in the effective slope of the Phillips curve, or do you get some persistence from subsequent?
So if it's a permanent shock, then you do get some persistence. So if it's a one-time permanent shock, then you do get some persistence. It's not as much as here. If it's a mean reverting shock, then you don't. But if one way of doing a permanent shock is just a growth rate shock that's IID. That's like a growth rate shock that's IID is just a permanent shock, and there you do get some persistence. And similarly, if you control for lagged, for the lag shocks, that can explain these shifts in the Phillips curve.
So do you get drawn out inflation from a one-time, like a Friedman helicopter drop?
Yes.
You get drawn out inflation, and the drawn out inflation comes because after period one, the effective slope of the Phillips curve has now moved, and then it slowly comes back to what it was. Is that the idea?
Yeah. So I guess you get this one-time shift up, but then you get the shift up, but then it drifts back down as you move to the new steady state price level.
Yeah, actually, can you elaborate a little bit? So I was thinking about the frequency changing, about changes in the slope. When you talk the whole time about shifts, when do you get a shift and when you get a change in the slope of the Phillips curve in your model?
So I guess the changes in the slope, I guess, are coming from the average growth rate of nominal demand. So that was the Argentina picture. So when the average growth rate of nominal demand changes, that's going to lead to shifts in the slope, because in steady state, the frequency of price changes is going to change. The shifts are when you get an unexpected shock that on impact, you move up, but then without future shocks, then the expected future marginal cost terms are basically the same, so that then you're moving along the Phillips curve. So what people have interpreted as a change in the slope, we're arguing is that it's just due to shifts up from unexpected shocks. And so obviously, if we just going back to the original picture, too far. This looks like the slope has changed, but our interpretation is that in response to the shock, the Phillips curve itself shifts up, but the slope hasn't itself changed, assuming that the long run growth level of nominal demand hasn't changed.
I was saying it's consistent with the paper by Hazal, Nakamura, Steinson, who show that the slope of the Phillips curve has not changed much. And then because they work with the Calvo model, they say it must be all expectations. So that something that shifts the curve can only be expectations in that model. We say it's something else.
Can I just ask you, maybe we can talk about this offline, but so what exactly is the intuition? So basically, take your the inflation persistence, and that you get this lagged inflation, which you're saying is just really the sufficient statistics should be these past nominal demand shocks. So just what is the intuition for why in the menu cost model these past demand shocks end up affecting
Yeah, so I guess the past demand, I guess so when you get the demand shock, it can lead to this kind of shift up in the Phillips curve from kind of on impact, more firms today decide to adjust.
That's it? It's just the extensive margin?
I mean, the intensive margins
Changing too.
also change, but those are going to kind of look more like the...
Can I follow up with a question to try maybe
Sure,
try?
yeah.
Is the correct state variable the distribution of how far firms are from their SS band?
Yes, yeah. So it's this...
Adjustment gaps, and after a shock, there's a different distribution of those.
But then I'm slightly worried. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm slightly worried. Then it depends on the fact that you're not doing this. Okay.
Yeah.
We can talk about this offline, but if you do this in continuous time, I think you're not going to get this change in the extensive margin. So like, for example, if you take Alvarez-Lippi type models, suppose you're in steady state, you do an MIT shock to nominal demand. What happens is, of course, the inaction region shifts, think continuous time, so it shifts in a very small way, but the inaction bands don't increase because the variance, your uncertainty doesn't increase. And then you actually get that of course, the price level has to go up. So basically, there's going to be more price increases and less price decreases. But there's this anti-symmetry result where basically the number of price increases, the change in the price increases exactly offset with the change of price decreases. So if you do it in continuous time, you don't get the frequency of price changes on impact doesn't change. Does that make sense? But
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't tried to
Okay.
solve it in continuous time, but I guess is it a Brownian motion shock that they have? Because this is like a Poisson shock, basically.
no, they also have like an MIT shock.
Right. I think we need.
But
yeah.
let's talk
We'll
offline.
have to look
Let's
at
talk
it.
offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I don't have a good answer, but I agree with.
But this is useful to understand for that. Okay.
Yeah.
We have time for one more question, maybe. Can you maybe comment, was this empirical result in Fernando's paper that like the extensive margin for price decreases started to really kick in, like when we were way above, like let's say 100% inflation, and like what you would need in the model maybe to get like this delayed effect? Because I think you empirical in the model on kind of data, you got it already earlier.
Yeah. No, I think that I think that we can do things to match this part better. This was more, we just kind of calibrated Midrigan and saw what happened, and we thought, this looks good enough. But yeah, I think we haven't kind of fully explored why that happens there. But I think it's interesting to see why these look very symmetric, whereas in the data they look a bit more asymmetric.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then thank you so much for a very insightful talk. And we are moving to the session for cognition and behavioral factors, and we are very happy to have Oliver Preuty telling us about heterogeneity in what.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much for having us on the program. I'm very excited to present this relatively new paper, and I couldn't think of a better audience for that project. So the paper, as Michael said, is titled Heterogeneity in What? Cognitive Skills, Beliefs, and the Liquid Wealth Distribution. And it's joint work with Fabian Seirich and Jonathan Zinman. So we know from earlier work, including work of people here in the room, that households differ substantially in, for example, their savings behavior or their financial situations. So, for example, think of differences in marginal propensities to consume, in liquid asset holdings, whether someone is hand to mouth, and so on. And it turns out that these differences across households matter greatly for aggregate business cycle fluctuations, but also for policies, for the design of policies, for the effectiveness of policies. So the question we ask in this paper is, why do households differ along these dimensions? Is it just because some households are unlucky and hit by, let's say, a series of bad shocks and they end up being hand to mouth? Or is there maybe something more fundamental to this? And what we're going to focus on are cognitive skills, kind of motivated by work, including the one of Michael, Francesco, Marita, and Daniel. We know that cognitive skills and heterogeneity in cognitive skills can explain, for example, why households differ in how they form expectations about, let's say, inflation, how they respond to policies, and therefore ultimately also how policies are transmitted and how effective they are. However, what we found along the road was kind of like, it's not just about the skills per se, but especially about how people perceive their skills, or what kind of beliefs they have about their skills. So we then kind of equipped with some facts that we find in the data, we then move to a model to understand how does heterogeneity in skills and beliefs matter for fiscal policy. So let me give you a very quick preview of what we find. So in the data, we see that households with lower cognitive skills tend to overestimate their skills. So they just kind of think that they are cognitively more able than they actually are, and we label these households as being overconfident. So this, in the first step, is just about beliefs about their skills, but we then link that data to other variables such as financial situations and how households perceive their situations, and we find that overconfident households are also much more likely to be too optimistic about their future financial situations, and they are much more often hand-to-mouth along a number of hand-to-mouth measures that we have. So we then build a heterogeneous agent New Keynesian model where we introduce skill and belief heterogeneity. And first of all, we show that we can then account for these facts. And in a second step, we also show that we do quite well in matching some wealth inequality statistics or some wealth distribution statistics. And also, for example, we match the average MPC in the data, even when all wealth is liquid and we target total wealth in the economy. And then it turns out that this matters quite a bit for policy. So we look at first the normative implications of changes in the government debt level. And we find that in the model with belief heterogeneity, the optimal amount of government debt is substantially lower than in the standard rational Hank model. So, I mean, take these numbers with a grain of salt, but we find numbers of optimal debt levels of about 100% of GDP, where it's about 300% in the standard model. And then also kind of moving to a different policy, namely targeting transfers to low-income households, we find that these policies are less effective. They are still effective, but not as effective as in a standard model for two reasons, basically. One is kind of the distribution of agents across kind of the income and the wealth distribution, but then also through the cognitive constraints, basically, of these low-skilled, overconfident households, some of the policies or these transfers do not work as well. And this mirrors, I think, well, the findings in Francesco and Michael's work, that these cognitive constraints can actually limit the effectiveness of some policies. And we kind of have a theory of why this might be. So kind of the bottom line here from that paper is that accounting for these fundamental differences in households, or for kind of also for the underlying reasons why some households are not holding liquidity, actually matters quite a bit for fiscal policy. Okay, so let me quickly talk about the empirics and then hopefully have some more time to talk about the model. The data that we use comes from the American Life Panel, which is a nationally representative US household panel. And one of my co-authors, Jonathan Zinman, together with one of his co-authors, in 2014 and 2017, they ran 2 surveys to kind of elicit people's behavioral biases, but also preferences and cognitive skills. And we're going to use that data and then link it to kind of other data on financial situations. So cognitive skills, this is like very standard. You can basically think of this as a relatively short IQ test that households do in that survey. They're tested along a number of kind of like cognitive skill dimensions. What we then also can compute is how overconfident households are about their skills. So before they do these tests, they are asked about how they think they do on these tests. And they have to say kind of how they think they will rank in that panel compared to other households. So this is kind of their perceived or believed rank. And then once they did the test, we observed their actual rank. And kind of by that difference, we kind of compute the overconfidence of a household. So if that difference is positive, meaning that households think they do better than they actually do, we label them as being overconfident. And we also have other measures of overconfidence, but I'm going to focus on this one because this is kind of the most granular one that we have. And why do we focus on that? Well, it seems that this is really kind of an inherent trait, basically, or something that is extremely correlated with cognitive skills. So we think of this as a part of cognitive skills. So from that Stango-Sinman paper, this is among 17 biases that they elicit, this is the one that is most strongly correlated with cognitive skills and explains the largest variation in behavioral bias across consumers. So now moving away from these, maybe, yes, please.
I mean, you use the word confidence. I usually think of confidence as like how certain you are of something. This sounds like bias. Like people don't know where they are, but they may have, if you ask them how confident, they may say, I have no idea. So
fully agree with that. This is the wording that they used in that paper. We do have one overconfidence measure where they have to make predictions about stuff happening, and when they say it's going to happen with 100%, even though it's an uncertain event, they would also be labeled as overconfident, and that is very much correlated with that measure. But yeah, I agree with you. We just take the wording from that. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so then we also have data from other survey rounds in the American Life panel that we can kind of match with the households that did these rounds on biases and cognitive skills, where people are asked about their expected financial situation a year ahead. So they're asked, do you think you're going to be better off, same, or worse financially a year from now? And a year later, they are asked how they did. Are you better off, same, or worse? And from that, we can then classify households in being optimists, realists, and pessimists. And the good thing about this is that we have way more rounds than just these 2 rounds. So we have magnitudes larger data kind of on these financial situation forecast errors. And we also have a number of measures of hand-to-mouth status. So some of them are very kind of, let's say, traditional in this literature. For example, like liquid wealth compared to income and so on. And also some, let's say, relatively new measures. But they are all highly correlated, and we just use all of them to kind of measure hand-to-mouth status. Okay, so here's what we find. Let me just give you the main results that we have in the data. So we find that about 38% of households are persistently overconfident. That means they overestimate their skills in both survey rounds. We find also, and this is no news, we knew that from the Stango-Sinman paper, that households with lower skills are more likely to be overconfident. This is extremely robust. And then kind of new findings is that the cognitive skills, well, this is not that new, but the other ones, cognitive skills are also strongly correlated with income, and we're going to kind of exploit that when we calibrate the model later on. And then also this point is probably the most important one for the calibration later on. Households that are overconfident about their skills are 1.5 times as likely to be too optimistic about their financial situations compared to households that are not overconfident, according to our measure. And we find very little evidence for learning or overcorrection. So when you kind of were too optimistic about your financial situation in, let's say, 3 years ago or 2 years ago, you're not more likely to become a realist or even a pessimist compared to other households that were not optimists before. And we also find that overconfident households are much more likely to be hand-to-mouth across all these measures that we have. And just kind of as a side note, some paper also looked at differences in time discounting or in patience. We find much weaker evidence for this. And also when we look at risk aversion, these kind of things, they don't really seem to be correlated with hand-to-mouth status, and whereas our kind of overconfidence measure is much more correlated with that. Okay, so these are the facts that we have from the data. Now let's see how to make sense of that. So just on one slide, we have households that face idiosyncratic productivity or skill risk. They face incomplete markets, and then we introduce permanent heterogeneity in skills and in beliefs about these skills. And I'm going to tell you in 1 or 2 slides exactly how we do this. Then just to kind of like close them all, we have firms that set final goods producers that use labor as the only input. Later on, we also have an extension with a second asset with productive capital. But I'm going to focus on this version here. We have labor unions that make sure that all households work the same amount of hours. This is kind of just as a benchmark to start from. And then we have fiscal and monetary policy. Okay, so let's zoom in a little bit on the households. So we have a continuum of infinitely lived households that kind of face a standard problem. They consume, they work, and they want to maximize their expected discounted lifetime utility, facing two constraints. The second one is a borrowing constraint, where we impose an exogenous borrowing limit. And then we have the budget constraint. So households, they can consume, they can save in one period government bonds at price 1/1 plus RT. Later on, as I said, we can also extend it to have a second asset. What kind of resources do they have? Well, whatever they saved before and their labor income. So they work NT hours of work at a kind of wage WT. And then we have these two kind of skill or productivity measures. So ET is kind of the standard. You can think of this as like kind of the standard idiosyncratic productivity that moves around stochastically, and it's the same for every household. And then we have here this kind of the first step, how we introduce this permanent heterogeneity. The first is kind of just, we think of skills as being kind of, as skills are related to income, we model this through kind of differences in average productivities. So households belong to a group G, and these groups kind of differ in their average skills. And then they also differ in their beliefs, which will enter their expectations operator. So let's talk a little bit more about this. And for the beliefs, so first what we do is we discretize, so we assume that idiosyncratic productivity follows an AR1 process, which we then discretize in capital J states. Let's denote the actual transition probabilities as Pij, meaning this is the probability that you move from state EI to state EJ from one period to the next. Now, the way we introduce this kind of overconfidence is as follows. So we kind of twist the perceived transition probabilities in a sense that a household that has a form, so an overconfident household that thinks about what is the probability of moving to a better state, which would be moving from I to J, where I is smaller than J, he kind of overweights that probability with that alpha parameter. He, on the other hand, kind of downweights the probability of moving downwards or kind of reaching a worse state with 1 over alpha, and then the diagonal just makes sure that all the probabilities sum to 1. And I think this has kind of a couple of features that we want to get. First of all, we nest the rational expectations model by simply setting alpha to 1. And independent of in how many states we kind of discretize the idiosyncratic productivity process, we only have one additional parameter, namely that alpha parameter. And I will show you in the next slide that we actually have a data moment that we can use to calibrate alpha. So, and this also kind of aligns very nicely with how you kind of perceive your skills kind of going forward. You observe your current income, your current labor income. So you also kind of observe your current skills, but you are kind of too optimistic about your future skills. This is how we model this here. So how do we discipline that? Well, we have basically two things to discipline that are new. The first are these kind of groups. And given the extremely high correlation between skill levels and overconfidence, we just make the simplest case and assume there are just two groups. One are households that are overconfident and low-skilled, and given the data moment of 38%, we assume that 38% of households belong to that group, and then the remaining 62% of households are high-skilled and rational. So now we still have to calibrate alpha, and what we do is we simulate the model and look at the expectations of the agents in the model, and then we compute that ratio that we also computed in the data, namely that how often overconfident households are more likely to overestimate the future financial situations, right? Also, rational households can be too optimistic when they're hit by a bad productivity shock, but we have that kind of that systematic difference that the overconfident households are more likely to be too optimistic. And we target that moment of that they are 1.5 times as likely. And given our calibration, so we discretize the productivity process into 11 states. And this matters then for how we calibrate alpha. But what we get is an alpha of 1.9. So it's almost as they put twice as much weight on reaching better states in that. The rest of the calibration is super standard. Just one thing I want to point out is we set the average wealth to average income to 4, as in Greg's and Gianluca's recent review paper. So it's kind of supposed to match total wealth in the economy. And so let's see how we do in terms of MPCs and hand-to-mouth and so on. So here's what we get in our baseline model. We find that about 25% of households are hand-to-mouth, and we get an average MPC at the quarterly frequency to a $500 increase in their income of about 18%. So this is extremely close, I would say, to what we observe in the data, what we know from earlier studies, these 18% of MPCs. The hand-to-mouth shares also align quite nicely with what we find in our data set. It's a little bit at the lower end, but also because we define hand-to-mouth as really being exactly at the borrowing limit. And if you do a decomposition on who is actually hand-to-mouth, then it's these overconfident, low-skilled households. And I'm going to tell you in a second what is driving that. But first, let me compare this to the standard Hank model, where everybody has the same average skill level and rational expectations. I mean, this is well known by now. That model, when you target that amount of wealth, you're going to undershoot quite substantially in terms of MPCs and hand-to-mouth households. There's just kind of too much liquidity in the economy. It's very easy and attractive to save for households, so households at or close to the borrowing constraint are going to save themselves out of that. So we have two things in the model. We have skill heterogeneity and we have belief heterogeneity. So we're now doing a decomposition, and let's first look at the model with skill heterogeneity, but where everybody is rational. And then we basically get nothing. We get basically the same as in the standard model. So these differences in skill levels, just in average productivities, don't really do the job. So it's all about the overconfidence. So what is happening is that households that are overconfident, they are too optimistic about their future income, so they save too little compared to what they should save in order to get away from the borrowing constraint.
Just to clarify what these simulations are, so is the thought experiment here that in each of these, that wealth of 4 is the same, and there's a common discount factor that's recalibrated across those 4 models, or is it something different?
Yes, in this, yeah, you're absolutely right. So in this version here, we recalibrate the discount factor to get at that. So we fix the real interest rate, and we target this average wealth, average income in the data, and then we recalibrate the discount factor to kind of align with that calibration. Later on, when I go to policy, I will fix the discount factor and let the real interest rate adjust. Okay, next. So just as kind of a side note, we also do quite well along other dimensions of like the wealth statistic. I'm very happy to talk about this later if anybody's interested. But let's move to fiscal policy. And what we start out with is kind of we compute welfare in the economy for different levels of government debt. And here we let the real interest rate adjust. We fix the discount factor that we have, and then let the real interest rate adjust. And we compute just the average expected discounted lifetime utility of households as our measure of welfare. And we take kind of a paternalistic approach in evaluating welfare under rational expectations. And here's what we get. So here we have public debt or government debt to annual GDP. The black line shows you the standard model, and the blue one, this model with belief heterogeneity. And what you see is kind of, first of all, the welfare in the standard model is above the one in the baseline model, which is maybe not surprising given that we use rational expectation to evaluate it. But the optimal debt level is substantially higher. So we see it's about 280% of GDP, where it's about 100% of GDP in our baseline model. So what is happening? If we zoom in a little bit and look at how the share of hand-to-mouth households and the wealth share of the bottom 50% change once we change kind of the debt level in the economy, we see that in our model with overconfidence, the hand-to-mouth share kind of plateaus way above 0, and we get a much smaller increase in the wealth share of the bottom 50%. So what is happening is that even if you provide more liquidity, these overconfident households, they kind of under-perceive their income risk. They don't have that strong self-insurance or precautionary savings motive. They save too little, so all the liquidity basically goes to the rational households. But at the same time, you have higher debt. Somebody has to hold that debt, so the interest rate also has to go up, especially in the model with overconfident households, because there you have a group of households that doesn't want to hold liquidity. So what's happening is that taxes have to increase because the government has to repay that debt. So we get higher taxes, and the main benefits go to the rational households, so you get that decrease in the optimal debt level because the overconfident households are not really benefiting from that, and they don't like it. Okay, so now we kind of understand the model a little bit better, and now let's see what the implications of that are for other policies. So we look at targeted transfers based on income. So the government gives out transfers to households that are below the median income, and just to make the models comparable, we recalibrate the standard model to have the same average MPC. And now the question is, what if we temporarily increase these transfers, and in a persistent way, not in a permanent way, but in a persistent way? And here's what we find. So you see output increases in both models, but substantially more in the standard Hank model. And there are two reasons for these differences. The first is kind of the distribution of agents. So if you think about, you give out these transfers based on income, but what kind of predicts whether you have high MPCs or hand-to-mouth is not so much income, but it's your cognitive skills. So there can be overconfident households that are not very low income, that do not receive these transfers, but they are still hand-to-mouth, so they would have high MPCs, but they don't get the transfer. Whereas in the rational model, income and wealth, and therefore also the MPCs, are much more correlated. So when you give out transfers based on income, you get a much higher average MPC of these transfer recipients. The second channel, I think, is related to Michael's, Francesca's work, where it kind of works through these cognitive constraints of households. You relax the precautionary savings motive of households by giving out these transfers. They know, okay, if I become low income, which could happen with some probability, I'm going to get these transfers. That relaxes my precautionary savings motive. I'm going to consume more today. But an overconfident household kind of neglects that channel because he underweights the probability of ending up in that state where he might receive the transfer. So it's through these this cognitive channel that this precautionary savings channel is weakened. So overall, we get a smaller output response. All right. Yeah, we have a couple of extensions. Let me conclude. So we provide new evidence on cognitive skills, how people perceive their skills, and financial situations. We then bring this into a Hank model and show how we can discipline that deviation from rational expectation using our survey evidence, and find that this matters actually quite a bit for policy. All right, and thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Oliver. We have time for a couple of questions.
That's really interesting. I have two questions. So one is, okay, so when you do this twisting of the probabilities, I guess there's a decomposition that looks like something that's isomorphic to an effect on the discount rate, and then something that shifts probabilities, because when you multiply by alpha, it's as if some component of it is like you've lowered the whole level. And I was wondering if you've done a decomposition into those two effects, because the first effect would look like discount factor heterogeneity. So that's question number one. And then question number two, can you, maybe this is the answer to that question, can you elaborate on that kind of throwaway comment you made about that this model doesn't feature what we call the missing middle problem? Because, yeah.
I expected that question. So to the first one, we looked at the model. So we looked at discount factor heterogeneity, calibrated the discount factors in such a way that we get the same MPCs and so on than in our model with overconfidence. first is kind of, there's an asymmetry in there, and I think this goes to that decomposition you're saying, but we haven't really, I think we could easily do that and look at that. One thing we notice is that for the normative implications, I mean, it's very different because, so, but yeah, I agree, that would be very interesting to do that. The second, the missing middle problem. So what is happening is, so very try to be on an intuitive level. You have these you have the overconfident households that make up the chunk at the close or at the borrowing constraint. You have the rational households that are not super unlucky that make up kind of the upper part of the income wealth distribution. But then you also have some overconfident households that have experienced good shocks. And you have rational households that have experienced bad shocks. And these kind of together make up the middle of the wealth distribution. So it's kind of like the overconfident households still have a self-insurance motive. It's just much weaker than the one for rational households. But if they were very lucky, they start savings up, but never as much as a rational household with the same history of shocks would do. So they kind of never reach that really the top of the wealth distribution, but they stay somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
That was very nice. A question about again, going back to like the overconfidence. I mean, it seems like mechanically, right? If people just randomly reported their rank, you get like a very strong correlation between low skill and overconfidence,
Yes.
right? Just because if you're the lowest guy, you can only
Absolutely.
be overconfident. So I was wondering, like, what is the distribution of like absolute error look with skills? So like, do you also have like underconfident people at the top? And in some sense, like you would want to, it would be, if that's true, you would, I mean, I think you would want to put that in the model too, that you could have people that essentially have the flipped alpha, and how those interact could be, I mean, could be interesting, because here you're focusing on just the one, but how would things offset when you have those? And just kind of like how does that distribution of like skills versus just the absolute error look? Because
Yeah, so I cannot give you an answer off the top of my head how exactly that looks like. I think we have 11% of households are underconfident in that sense. So yeah, and these could, I mean, maybe these could be the guys that end up at the very top of the wealth distribution, right? So maybe that would be even very attractive to do in the model, as we're still undershooting the top 10% of the wealth distribution a little bit. So yeah, definitely we could do that. And yeah, there is something mechanical in that overconfidence measure. I fully agree with that. There again, so two things to answer. One is about these like other overconfidence measures that we have, where this is not so much the case. And then there's also that link to the financial situations, right, where this is also not as mechanical, I would say. So, but yeah, thank you very much. Okay, I hope I answered it.
Okay, cool. I actually also have a quick question. Could you comment through the lens of your model on, like, we know from Craig's work, for example, with Andreas and Base, that there's also differences in MPC, whether, you pre-announce or paying out a check in 3 months, or like, it's kind of a negative shock rather than a positive shock, how the model would actually fare in those type of experiments?
I would have to speculate. We haven't looked at this. Yeah, let me think about it. Maybe we can talk during the break.
it would also be interesting to look at, I mean, there's this paper by Mark Aguirre, Mark Bills, and Karina Bohr, where they look at the, trying to identify based on consumption growth. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if this kind of explained those consumption growth.
One thing about it, so what they find is that these hand-to-mouth households do not experience higher consumption growth, but what we have is expectations about spending growth, and we don't have realizations. But what we have the expectations, and they are very much correlated with these financial situations. So it seems that these
In the model you have realizations.
in the model it would be that they're not experiencing it, but they're expecting it, and this is we see a little bit of expectation in the data, which would speak in favor, and the Aguiar paper don't see the realization. So I think this would be kind of in line with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's give a round of applause to Oliver. And now we're looking forward to getting kissed by central bank communication and the presenter is Matthias.
Okay, so thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation and putting our paper on the program. And as has been already said, the title of the presentation is A Kiss for Central Bank Communication in Times of High Inflation. And this is joint work together with Emanuel Mönch, Laura Pavlova, and Guido Schulte-Frankenfeld. And I think the motivation of the paper is relatively clear, because in recent time, central bank communication with the public has become an important toolkit when talking to the general public and trying to anchor their inflation expectations. And an interesting insight by former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke is actually that monetary policy is 98% talk and only 2% action, and communication is a big part of it. But then households and firms might be actually quite inattentive to central bank communication. And this brought former Vice Fed Chairman Alan Blinder to the conclusion that even so central banks will keep trying to communicate with the general public as they should, for most part they will fail. So then the question is, or the verdict is out, to what extent central bank communication can actually reach households and firms' inflation expectations. And here we would like to assess to what extent inflation expectations by households are actually affected by central bank communication. And if so, we would like to understand which type of inflation outlook actually serves best in anchoring households' inflation expectations towards the target. So let me show you what we are doing. So we have surveyed around 10,000 households based on the Bundesbank online panel of households in 2 different inflation environments. So we have fielded questions in March and October 2022, and then we are applying a randomized control trial where we provide households with genuine ECB and Eurosystem communication about the medium-run ECB's inflation outlook, which we categorize into 3 parts. We call it forecast, visual, and verbal communication. And then we assess how those communication treatments actually affect households' assessment about future inflation. And we try to recommend some implementable communication options then. So what do we find? So central banks can actually help to bring households' inflation expectations back toward the target. But then central banks should kiss, as Michael has said. So what it means is they should keep it super simple. And why do we saying they should keep it super simple? Because what we are finding is that the verbal soothing communication style and the more visual graphical illustration works actually best in guiding households' inflation expectations towards the target. So, and those results, as has been already discussed also by Oliver, they fit well into the discussion and into the contributions about the effects of central bank communication with the general public, as for example, there's work by Lena, there's work by Michael and Francesco, and we try to add to this literature. So let me explain the experimental design and the information treatments we are using in the next steps. So given kind of the presentation and slides, I have divided our experimental design in 3 steps. So given that we have collected 10,000 responses in 2 different inflation environments, we in the first step then try to level in all households by letting them receive information about the actual ECB's 2% inflation target. And then there's a randomly extracted control group which has to make probabilistic assessments for inflation of 1 year ahead, 2 to 3 year ahead, and 5 to 10 year ahead. And given the time constraint of today, I will focus only on the October 22 results, but we can, of course, in the general discussion also relate more to the previous results from March. And those are the findings which we summarize here in the following histogram, showing the average probabilities for inflation of households 1 year ahead, for expected inflation of households 1 year ahead. And what you can see, they are strongly elevated. And looking here at the outer bin, around 40% of the probability mass is actually assigned to inflation exceeding 7% in the short run. Now the medium blue bars show expected inflation by households in the medium term. And as you can see, relative to the short run, they expect inflation to fall. But then looking at the probability mass, this is still well to the right of the bin, which subsumes the actual ECB's inflation target. And even in the longer run, 5 to 10 years ahead, households' expected inflation is still above the target. But still, given the probability mass, it's a bit closer to the ECB's inflation target of 2%. So then the remaining respondents are then sampled into subgroups receiving treatments about the medium run inflation outlook by the ECB, which is categorized by forecast, visual, and verbal communication. What this means, I will come to it in a minute. And then, next, the treated respondents are asked to report their expected inflations over the 3 horizons, and we will then compare the inflation expectations from step 1 to those of step 3. So how do our treatments actually look like? So in the category forecast, we have 2 treatments. The first is called forecast, and households actually receive information about the ECB's current projection from September, where it was stated that in 2022, inflation will reach 8.1%, in 2023, 5.5%, and in 2024, 2.3%. The second treatment is then called revision. It actually contains the same projection as in treatment 1, but we also added the June projection to it to emphasize actually the substantial revision the projections underwent actually. So what you can see is that they increased by 2 percentage points for inflation in 2022 from 3.5% to, from 6.8% to 6.8% to 8.1%, as well as from 3.5% to 5.5%. So then, since this ECB has started also to provide visual information about their inflation outlook, we included also 2 visual treatments to our information treatments. So the first treatment I show you here is called table, and it contains the same information as the second treatment, but now in a more tidy and clean table format. The second visual information which households then receive is actually a screenshot from the ECB's website containing the ECB's September projection in a graphical format. And what is interesting actually is that the ECB has included the realized 2021 inflation rate of 2.6%. And this gives the whole graph a rather hump-shaped trajectory. And this might also imply a more temporary movement of inflation, because it tells probably households that inflation started off at relatively low level and then was projected to increase, but then starts to decline towards the target in 2024. And then we have finally 3 verbal treatments added to the set of treatments households receive. The first is called the high inflation outlook, which is based on an interview which Governor Nagel made with a national newspaper in August 2020, and where he then tried to state or tried to level households in about the peak of inflation still to come. So what he was saying actually is that overall an inflation rate of 2% is even possible in autumn rates, and there's growing probability that inflation will be even higher than previously forecasted. So President Nagel was choosing a more technical approach when communicating to the households. Then, in an additional verbal treatment, this is still based on an interview taken by President Nagel. We then add a further escalation of his statement, where he announces that the ECB or the Governing Council is actually determined to raise interest rates further in its combat to fight higher inflation. So what he's saying is actually, to achieve our objective, we gave a marked signal at our ECB Governing Council meeting and raised the key interest rate, and we will further rise interest rates to combat inflation. So he's saying that further interest rate steps need to be taken. And this is then the information households will receive. And we compare this to a soothing approach. We call it soothing by Isabel Schnabel, who is the ECB executive board member. And we have chosen to take a speech of her, which she gave at the Jackson Hole meeting in August 2021. And her speech differs to some extent to what Governor Nagel has done, because she takes into account the worries of the general public by stating that high inflation has become the dominant concern of citizens and that central banks would have to act forcefully so that the general public would not lose confidence in the central bank bringing inflation back towards the 2% target. So those are the 7 treatments households have received. And in the next step, we want now to see how those treatments actually, or whether those treatments can actually affect the expectations of households. So we summarize the results again in a histogram, as I have shown you in the beginning, where we compare the average probabilities of the untreated or control group, which is shown here in blue, to the treated group overall, where we summed over all 7 treatments, shown here in red. And what we can see is that central bank communication seems to lower expected inflation in the short run by moving the probability mass in almost all bins towards the left. Sorry. And the same is actually also true for the medium run and even for the long run. But the question we want to also answer is what the size of the actual communication is on households' expected inflation, and which of the treatments have the largest effect in bringing households' expected inflation back toward the target. So what we are doing next is we are taking households' individuals' histogram from which we obtain then the expected mean inflation, and we regress this then on a constant alpha and a dummy, which then controls for the treatment each household I has received. So that then the constant alpha reflects the mean expected inflation of the control group, and beta is then the average treatment effect on mean expected inflation relative to the control group. And then we estimate this equation for each of the horizons separately. And the results, the first set of results, are summarized in the following table you see here. So those first results are taken here from the control group, which we interpret as the unconditional expected inflation, showing the term structure of inflation over 1 year, 2 to 3 year, and 5 to 10 year ahead. And what you see with around 6% for 1 year and 5.5 and 4.4% for 2 to 3 and 5 to 10 years, this is well above the ECB's inflation target of 2%. And then the treated coefficients you see here are taken then as a summary of all 7 treatments which we have supplemented household with. And what you can see is that in the short run, communication might help to reduce expected inflation by households by up to 0.4%, while in the medium and long run, it is declining by around 20 basis points. So we ask ourselves, are those effects now large or are they small? So we wanted to find a kind of fixed point or a comparison to them. So what we did is we put them into perspectives of the gains from stabilizing inflation. So there's a recent work by Nakata and Schmidt, for example, where they use a new Keynesian framework where they have shown that central banks, which put a higher weight on stabilizing inflation, can mitigate the inflation bias by up to 30 percentage points. So what we have seen here in the table is that when households receive information about the medium run ECB's inflation outlook, that they reduce the average expected inflation by around 20 percentage points in the short and medium run, and up to 40 percentage points in the long run. But the second question we want to answer is, what are the decomposed effects on the treatments we have given to the households? And those results are summarized here in the following table. In terms of magnitude, the visual and verbal treatments seem to have the largest effect. Looking at the graph treatments, what we can see is that the effects of those treatments, of this treatment, has the most consistent effect throughout all horizons. While when comparing the verbal treatments, we see that the soothing treatment, a simple and easy to understand communication, has a stronger effect on households' expected inflation than, for example, a more technical numerical explanation of the inflation outlook. So one open question we are left with, and we are currently assessing, what are the possible explanations for those treatment effects? So let us have a quick look again at the graph. We have seen that this has a kind of hump-shaped trajectory because the inclusion of the realized 2021 inflation signals then a timely return of inflation to its initial level. Furthermore, it is also easily to process by households, and there's also research regarding actually the color of such a graph, and the literature actually describes blue as trustworthy and pleasant, which might also help to digest this graph much more easily. So in this, for communicating the outlook, a picture might be worth 1,000 words. And when comparing the verbal explanations, what we have found that the soothing communication style has the strongest and largest treatment effects, and this is true particularly in the short run. So the choice of words might matter, as has been also shown by other research, because it might address the emotions. It also might be more relatable to the daily lives of households, and since it's less numerical, there are less values to be kept track of, and this makes it also easier to digest. So in this respect, communicating the outlook is probably easier using words which speak louder than numbers, actually. We have also some further aspects we have assessed. So for example, attention is, with respect to a simple verbal communication, not that important, because even attentive and less attentive respondents react to such a treatment, while we find for all communication treatments that those receive inflation uncertainty, especially in the short run. So in summary, what we have seen is that central bank communication can actually help to guide households' inflation expectations back towards the target. And what we also find is that the soothing and the simple verbal communication generates stronger treatment effects than a rather number-oriented explanation of the inflation outlook. And a graphical illustration has yielded the most consistent effect of lowering expectations across all horizons. So this might then suggest that central banks should keep it actually super simple when communicating with the public. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Matthias. Now we also understand why he wears a blue shirt today. So let's see, do we have any questions?
Just dark blue.
Thanks, very interesting. I actually have a couple of questions,
Yes,
and we can also talk about it later if it's too much. So, regarding the soothing effect in particular, when we ran our RCT, we actually had a very similar treatment that was also meant to be soothing and purely verbal. And it was run at the beginning of this inflationary period, so in September 21. And actually, we didn't find any large effect from that. So I'm trying to understand where it might be that you find such a big effect. In our results, really the treatments with the numbers were the most powerful. And I was wondering, one reason that might be is that you also have a number in this treatment because you say the target at the beginning. And then I wanted to ask what your control group was and also how you measured then posterior expectations? Thanks.
So regarding the verbal treatment or the soothing treatment, we have also launched 2 waves. So in this wave, we have referred to Isabel Schnabel. And in the March wave, we had actually looked at communication by Philip Lane. So where he was also actively discussing with the press the inflation outlook, still pointing toward a more temporary development in the current inflation. And he had also chosen a similar tone than Schnabel did here. And what we find for the March wave was actually the same. We also found that this kind of soothing treatment worked best. We had also some forecast treatments, as I have shown you as well. And they worked especially well for more educated people. So in this way, comparing the 2 treatments, we find consistent positive or consistent effects of those soothing treatments actually. So that, and it seems to be independent of whether the sender is male or female, and that's what we have found there.
Thanks a lot. So also regarding this soothing treatment, I mean, I think it's kind of the one that probably is most novel, like relative to other attempts before. So to what extent, just on a higher level, should we be worried potentially that this type of treatments, you know, might help us with the anchoring households, but might actually have bad effects in terms of what financial markets would interpret central bank communication is? I mean, to be the devil's advocate, the reason why we've always been super precise and clear on every single word, you know, a lot of my finance colleagues in finance departments spend their time like studying the sentiment of every single word that, or facial expression central bankers have when they communicate, you know, and using this type of very generic communication potentially could have some kind of effect on the other side too. So if you can tell us something about speculating about that.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think you should probably differentiate the type of communication actually. So unfortunately, so we have just here looked at households, and it would be interesting actually to see how probably financial market participants would have received such a communication. I mean, what I also replied to Lena, what is maybe a relatively interesting finding, which also might speak to how financial markets might take it up. So the higher educated people better understand or better grasp the information of the forecast just by providing households with a projection of inflation over the coming years. And from this perspective, this already shows that with probably more educated or better trained people, it might be easier to be quite specific and precise about what you are aiming at, while probably for other which are not working with such issues in their daily life, it might be easier then to really choose such a tone in the communication as it has been shown here, taking care of what people think and what their fears are maybe or whatever, and then react and showing that that the central bank is still determined to take care of this and then try still to stabilize towards the inflation target.
I just have one question. I mean, my sense is that 99% of people never go to the ECB website. I mean, ECB says something, it gets filtered through the news, and that's what they see. I mean, I don't know. I guess I would wonder, like, how it would be interesting to see, like, how what they say gets filtered through news differently, and that I don't know, presenting people like different types of headlines might be more. I don't know. I mean, I've never gone to the Riksbank website to look at their inflation forecast, but I get headlines of this is what they say, and I don't know. I mean, I just wonder, like, how much we should worry about this particular language, if for households at least, and maybe for other financial market participants, I can see that they go there and read that right away. But for households, how much we should, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think your guess is right. What we also assessed at the October wave was actually how households are receiving the information. And as you have guessed already, I think around 40–50% are actually relying on radio, newspapers, and television news. And only a smaller fraction, I think less than 10%, actually really going directly to the central bank websites. But we have checked, and a similar, so this speech by Schnabel was also distributed in the news, actually, then in Germany, in the evening news, and it has been also mentioned in the one of the national newspapers. And the formulation was quite similar to that what has been used here. And I think the reason is that it has been already tried in her speech to find a tone which actually speaks to the general public, probably more than probably the central bankers. But what, I think that would be my answer to your question.
Hi, so really good work. So talking about communicating with households, policymakers communicating with households, when we think of inflation, I ask myself, is it core or is it CPI or like what PCE, what kind of it is? And then policymakers understanding that general public, that could be a retired person, a young TikToker or a student or a doctor. So are they on the same page when they hear inflation? Which one do they think about? And then really general question about the term inflation. Like in Pakistani language, there is a word mehengai, and it translates into English, the process that prices are increasing, things are becoming expensive. This is the whole literal translation. And it doesn't define, is it which kind of things? Is it bread basket? Is it clothes or petrol? Or it can be houses and stocks and everything. So I think this potential miscommunication is also coming how people perceive the word mehengai or the process that things are becoming expensive, and inflation, how policymakers define it.
So here, our results are taken from the Bundesbank online panel of households. And at the beginning of the panel, in each wave, there's an explanation what is meant by inflation, etc., so that households are leveled in when answering the questions. So in this respect, they all kind of should have the same information about how to think about price changes here. And we have tried to control for socioeconomic factors also regarding age, and I also mentioned, for example, the educational level, etc. So we are still working on it. So it is, I think, an interesting part of this analysis to see which groups of people you reach with those different treatments, but I don't have results with me for today.
Maybe actually just quickly also like one question is like, in the work with Marita, oftentimes we try to really kind of precise, keep everything else constant and just change one margin and see how this affects. So you allude to that, for example, in the graphical treatment, like you also had kind of past inflation and that you had this nice tent shape. Like, is it that the past inflation makes the difference or is it the tent shape? Imagine like a situation like, where you start like in the future wave in 2022. And then let's say we have another escalation in oil price, and then we have actually a V-shape. Would you then actually get that the graphical treatment would actually lead to a larger upward revision relative to others? So like, I'm trying to understand, is it the graph? Is it the, as you say, the color? Is it the past inflation? So I think, you could potentially, given the technology you have at the Bundesbank, zoom into it to get, kind of learn kind of what are the general takeaways, or is it just peculiar now to that specific figure, I guess?
So I totally agree. I think that's what we have to do, and that's what we want to do, actually. So in the first two waves we have used now, it was interesting for us to see actually how communication is perceived and how the different types of communication have been perceived. But now, given kind of the comparison between the first wave in March and the results here from October, what we found is first that soothing seems to be a robust finding, that soothing communication seems to affect households' expected inflation most strongly. We also found that this numerical forecast might also provide or bring the goal of bringing inflation expectations back toward the target, but this seems to depend also on the education. But exactly, if we would launch a new question in the next wave, we actually exactly need to tackle this question. So it would be, I haven't looked whether there are any changes to this illustration for the upcoming months now regarding the graph you have just mentioned, whether there is such a possibility, but this is exactly what one would need to test, or probably take the same graph showing in different colors or whatever. So this is actually now what would have been done to really get a good grasp on what the main reasons are behind those findings.
Very short
Very
one,
short,
Carlos.
very short, very brief. No, I just wanted to mention an episode I experienced about this that speaks to Francesco's point, right? So there was a situation where the governor he had a live interview on TV, important news, and he used soothing like language and behavior deliberately because one goal was to calm people regarding like volatility and exchange rate markets, but he also wanted to leave the door open for the subsequent policy meeting. And in the end, it didn't work out. I can give details, people who are interested. But the problem is, like, financial market people, they are always paying attention. So it's very hard to separate the communication. Of course, the financial market people are very smart, and they try to figure out, okay, was he talking to, like, the general public? Was he talking to us? But it's very hard. So it's just to the point that Francesco was saying, it's a big challenge to target your communication to the different audiences.
I mean, just a quick answer to this. Interestingly, I mentioned this soothing approach taken by Philip Lane in March, and he was referring kind of to a temporary phenomena of inflation developments, and it has had an effect. And here, Schnabel was more pointing to the worries of high inflation, so now accepting probably that it's more persistent, and still arguing in a way that now we will do the best we can, so to say, to get inflation back to the target, and also this had an effect. So in this respect, for me, the interpretation would be that the tone matters, so to say, irrespective of what the ingredients are of the actual communication. That's how I would conclude about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthias, and it's good to know that we are loved by central banks, so thank you.
Hopefully. Thank you very much for your comments.
And then we come now to Hiroshi telling us about the aggregate implications of heterogeneous inflation expectations.
All right. Thank you for inviting me. So my name is Hiroshi Toma, and today I will be presenting this paper titled Aggregate Implications of Heterogeneous Inflation Expectations, the Role of Individual Experience, which I've been working alongside Mathieu Pedemonte and Esteban Verdugo. And because my co-author Mathieu works in the Cleveland Fed, the usual disclaimer applies. Okay? All right. So this paper will start from the premise, right? There we have all of these papers that say that inflation expectations in first place, they matter for decisions at the firm level, and they also matter for decisions at the household level. And there's also another strand of literature that says that inflation expectations are heterogeneous and depend on past individual experiences, and here the important paper will be this by Malmendier and Nagel. Now, all of this previous empirical evidence, this evidence focuses on how these differences arise at the individual level. But the issue is that there's less understanding on which are the aggregate implications of this heterogeneity in expectations. Okay? So this takes us to our research question, which is, what are the macro implications, the aggregate implications of this heterogeneity that we get in inflation rate expectations? And this is particularly important question today, because today, in the current inflationary environment, we have new cohorts being exposed to inflation for the first time ever. And according to our results, there can be long-lasting effects of high inflation. Because even though this episode may be transitory, our results, our framework shows that people will remember what's happening today into the future. Okay? Okay, so in a nutshell, what we do in this paper is that in first place, we show that consumer inflation expectations in the US, they depend on past history, right? So we provide evidence for the US, and we also in the appendix have evidence for Europe. Then we model, or we propose a way of modeling these consumer expectations in such a way that we incorporate heterogeneity and experiences. And for doing this, we start from the diagnosis expectation framework. And we modify this framework in such a way that consumers look into the past, look into their memories in order to forecast the future. Then we introduce this mechanism in a new Cognition model with overlapping generations in order to see which are the area effects. And finally, if I have time, I can show you some additional exercises. Okay, so very quickly, let's move to the empirical facts. So for empirical facts, for this section, we use the data that comes from the survey of consumer expectations of the New York Fed. So this is a household monthly rotating panel. We use data from 2013 to 2021. And we focus on one question in particular, which is the 12-month ahead inflation rate point forecast. Okay, so empirical fact number one says that inflation expectations are heterogeneous across cohorts. So in this figure, we are showing the average inflation rate expectations for different cohorts in the US over time. And here we can see, for example, that it is usually the older people, right? The cohort for the 65 years old and older, they are usually the ones that have the higher inflation rate expectations. And then they are followed by the following cohort, which is the 45 to 64, and so on. The only exception being 2021, when it is actually the youngest cohort, they are the ones that have the higher or the highest inflation rate expectations. Okay, empirical fact number two says that inflation experiences in the US are clustered by age. So let's focus on the left-hand side here. So here on the x-axis, we have the age of the people, or that the people had in the year 2020. And on the y-axis, we have the lifetime average inflation rate that these people experienced. Right, so we can see that in the year 2020, if you were young in the US, you only had experienced a low inflation rate on average. But if you were older, let's say 60 years old, 70 years old, in your lifetime, you had experienced a higher inflation rate. Okay? And then we have that this picture changes a little bit when we go to 2021, because now the youngest people, all that they have seen is just high inflation. Okay? Empirical fact number three combines the two previous empirical facts and says that a higher average lifetime inflation rate is correlated to a higher point forecast. And this is very connected to the paper by Malmendier and Nagel, right? So here on the x-axis, we have the average lifetime inflation rate. On the y-axis, we have the point forecast coming from the survey. And here we can see that there's a positive relationship, right? So the higher the inflation I have experienced in my lifetime, the higher my point forecasts will be. Okay, and finally, empirical fact number four says that when it comes to updating to current information, there are no differences across cohorts. So here we evaluate if history matters for inflation rate forecasts. We evaluate if current inflation matters for inflation rate forecasts. And we also evaluate whether cohorts react differently to current incoming information. Right, so for this empirical fact, we just run this reduced form regression. On the left-hand side, we have the forecasts coming from the survey. On the right-hand side, we have the average inflation that you have experienced in your lifetime, the current inflation rate, and then we also interact the current inflation rate by cohort dummies. And here we can see in this very reduced form way that when it comes for inflation expectations at the individual level, the inflation that you have experienced matters, the current inflation rate also matters, but when it comes to updating, there are no differences across cohorts. So all cohorts update in a similar way. Okay, after having introduced empirical facts very quickly, we move on to answer the question of how to model these heterogeneous expectations. Okay, so in this part, we merge two ways of modeling consumer expectations. The first one is that we will say that agents, they all share a common component that comes from the shopping experience. In particular, we work with the food CPI, and this comes from the paper by D'Acunto, Weber, and co-authors. And we also say that when it comes to consumer expectations, there's also a cohort-specific reference term that depends on the past history of each of the cohorts. And this is based on our empirical results and also on Malmendier and Nagel. So we say that consumers want to forecast the inflation rate, and they face a signal extraction problem. As I mentioned in the previous slide, expectations have two main components. A common component, which is a signal from food prices that are seen by everybody, and there's going to be a heterogeneous reference, which depends on the history of inflation that each cohort has experienced in the past. And then we also provide a way of structurally estimating the weights in between these two components using CPI data. Okay? So we start from the standard command filter setup. So we say that we have a monthly setting. We have an economy composed by different cohorts I, and each cohort will be heterogeneous by age and also by past inflation rate experiences. Each of these cohorts can be summarized by a representative agent. Now, agents want to forecast inflation rate, but they face a signal extraction problem. Agents believe that the inflation rate is a random walk process, and they only observe a public signal, which is the food CPI. It actually should be the lagged food CPI. So given this setup, agent I can use a standard command filter to forecast inflation rate for period t+1. And given the random walk assumption, once we have this forecast for period t+1, we can also get the forecast for period t+h. Now, if we go to the data and see what different cohorts would forecast using this standard command filter setup, we find that all cohorts forecast exactly the same. So there's no heterogeneity. This is opposite to what we found in empirical flags. So now the question is how to introduce heterogeneity into this figure. And our answer here is going to the diagnostic expectations framework. So basically here, when we talk about diagnostic expectations, we have this object F, which is the conditional distribution of the future inflation rate, right? And this is conditional on some information set I. But then when we move to this diagnostic expectations framework, we now work with this object F theta, which is the diagnostic belief distribution, which is defined as the true conditional distribution of the future inflation rate times a distortion term, D. And this distortion term D will be the likelihood ratio of the true conditional distribution and another distribution that is conditional on a referential information set IREF, which will be heterogeneous across cohorts, right? So each cohort will have its own referential information set, which is based on their own past inflation rate experience. And the important parameter here is the parameter theta, which is the diagnostic parameter, and this governs the level of distortion. Now, we want to move to a linear world. So following Bianchi and Coulthurst and also Lulier and Coulthurst, we can get this linear representation of the diagnostic forecast. So the expectation, according to the diagnostic expectations framework, is equal to expectation coming from the standard Kalman filter plus this parameter theta times the expectation from the Kalman filter minus an expectation that is conditional on the referential information set of each cohort. Now, this reference term, we define it the following way. This reference term that is unique for each cohort will be an average of all the forecasts that I produced in the past with respect to the period t+1. Okay, what else can we say here? Well, in first place, this term here, this expectation that comes from the standard Kalman filter, this is the same for all the cohorts, and this is based on because this is based on the same current Pollack signal, right? And this is the previous figure I showed you before. But this referential term here, this will be unique for each cohort because it is based on past experiences. Another thing that we can say here is that if this parameter theta is larger than 0, then we have that this agent is overreacting, or that agents are overreacting to current information with respect to the reference term. This is a standard result, right, in the diagnostic expectation literature. If theta is negative, then we have the opposite, that agents underreact to current information with respect to the reference. And in the third case, if theta is equal to 0, then there are no belief distortions. Okay. The reference term. So here we go to the data and we plot the reference term, right? So here we are showing the reference term for different cohorts, and this is according to the age that each of these cohorts had in the year 2021. So here we can see that the people who were 65 years old in the year 2021, they have a higher reference point than, let's say, the younger ones, the ones that were 25 years old. Right? And this is because the older people, they experience higher inflation rates in their lifetimes. Okay, the last element that we are missing in our framework is this parameter theta. And here we provide a way of structurally estimating this parameter. So we know that the diagnostic forecast for each cohort I is this one. But we also know that this forecast coming from the standard Kalman filter, this is the same for all the cohorts. So we can recast this term as a period fixed effect. We already know this because this is the average coming from the Kalman filter. So we can estimate theta by running this regression, right? So here we have the survey data. Here we have the expectation according to reference term, which we can get from the data too. We have the fixed effect. So we can recover theta by estimating this regression, right? And theta will be equal to negative bar phi hat. We go to the data, we estimate this, and in our baseline case, we find that theta is equal to negative 0.3. This is a negative value. This means that there's an underreaction to current events. This means that agents look into the past when forecasting the future. Now, how well does this work? Well, once again, we go to the data and we see, okay, if we used our diagnostic Kalman filter based on that has this like underreaction effect, how would the forecast look? How would like the forecasts look, right? So, once again, here we are showing what are the forecasts that the different cohorts made over time. And here we can see that if you were 65 years old, or the people that were 65 years old in the year 2021, they are the older people, right? So they usually have higher inflation rate forecasts than the younger people. So this is pretty similar to what we found in the empirical facts. Okay? Okay, so let's compare our results coming from our diagnostic Kalman filter to the data, right? So here on the x-axis, we have the forecasts coming from our proposed framework. And on the y-axis, we have the point forecast coming from the microdata, from the survey data. And here we can see that we make a very good fit to the data. And what's remarkable here is that our diagnostic Kalman filter forecast, it only used two things: the age of the people and average CPI data. So using average CPI data, we can replicate very well what's going on in the microdata, in the survey data. Okay, I will just skip this. So just to sum up this section, we constructed a measure of inflation rate expectations for each cohort at each period that only uses past inflation data and an estimated parameter. So we are not using survey data. We find that consumers, when forecasting, they overweight their history. They look into the past when forecasting the future. Our measure also predicts that there's going to be heterogeneity across cohorts and over time. Okay. Now, in order to answer the initial question that we had, which are the RN implications of heterogeneous expectations, now we jump to our general equilibrium setup, right? So here we will have a new Cognition model. We will have overlapping generations, and these overlapping generations enter the model in a perpetual youth fashion. And here what we will know is that we will have heterogeneous inflation rate forecasts that are formed according to the diagnostic Kalman filter that we presented in the previous section. Okay? So the summary of the model is basically consumers or the different cohorts have this way of forming forecasts. Firms, we will assume that firms are rational because we basically don't have data on firm expectations, so we don't have data to discipline that part of the model. So firms will be represented by the standard Phillips curve, and that's it. And we also have a monetary authority with a standard Taylor rule. How much time do I have? Okay, great. So for the setup of the households, we have an infinite number of cohorts. Each is summarized by a representative agent. Okay, great, thank you. Cohorts are heterogeneous in age and past inflection rate experiences. And we follow the perpetual youth approach of Finland and Jari. So this means that households are uncertain about the date in which they will die, and every household faces, or each cohort faces a mortality rate lambda. Okay, so this is the problem that households solve. This is the standard problem. The only modifications here is that now households face this discount rate, or must discount the future by this survival rate 1 minus lambda, and now households also use this diagnosis expectations operator. Okay, I will skip this. So once we linearize the model, we have that each cohort gets to this IS curve, where we have this diagnosis expectations operator. And notice here that this diagnosis expectations operator also will apply for the consumption, okay? Now, using the definition for the linear diagnosis expectation operator, we can open this E theta in between the forecast coming from the Kalman filter and this forecast coming from our referential information set. Following the standard aggregation for Blanchard and Jari, we can get to the average diagnostic IS curve. So the summary of the model is that we will have a diagnostic IS curve. We will have the Phillips curve. We have the Taylor rule. And this model will be subject to two different shocks: a cost shock that goes into the Phillips curve, it should be here, and a demand shock, okay? The calibration that we follow for this model is a pretty standard monthly calibration. The new parameters here will be lambda, k, and theta. So lambda is calibrated in such a way that the expected lifetime of these households is 65 years. The Kalman gain comes from the empirical part, and theta also comes from the empirical part. Okay, I will go to the demand shock because this is more interesting to show. So here are the IRFs. So here we are comparing two different cases. The red line is the full information rational expectations case. The blue line is our diagnostic case, right, where we have this heterogeneity across cohorts and everything. So the first thing that we can show here, or we can see here, is that when it comes to expectations, and I'm showing here the average expectation, the average output gap expectation across all households, and I'm doing the same with the inflation rate, we find that we get this hump shape when we compare that to the rational expectations case, right? And why do we get this hump shape? This is because now households, when forecasting the future, they are anchored to the past, right? So now we're introducing memory. People will be anchored to the past. And here in this case, the past is the steady state. The past is the zero, right? So they will be anchored to the steady state. So that's why they are underreacting at the beginning. Now, we can also see, when it comes to expectations, that as time passes by, expectations remain higher for longer when compared to the rational case. And this is once again because people that were born here, right, at the beginning, they are going to remember what's going on into the future, right? Okay, so that is what is going on with expectations. Initially, when compared to the fire case, there's an underreaction in both expectations, and then these expectations remain higher for longer. Okay, now for the average variables, we have that we also get this pattern for the output gap, and this is because in the IS curve, the output gap, an important element for determining the output gap are both expectations, right? So the output gap will also underreact to the shock because the output gap somehow also anchored to the steady state, and the same happens when the inflation rate, and then the interest rate will follow the inflation rate. Okay, so these are like the dynamics that we're introducing here into the model. So which are the other implications of these expectations? Well, diagnostic expectations, or this way of introducing memory, right, will generate an anchor into the past mechanism that generates these hump-shaped expectations. We also introduce a longer duration of effects, and this depends on the composition of different cohorts in the economy. So when it comes to inflationary shocks, like this demand shock that increase inflation, we have that old cohorts remember the past, but new cohorts that enter in this inflationary environment, they learn about inflation, the high inflation rates, and they remember this into the future. And we are not the first that talk about like this kind of effects. So Angelettos and Colfors, they also mentioned something related to this, in which when it comes to expectations, because agents are tied to the steady state at the beginning, there's an underreaction first, but then with respect to the rational case, there can be an overreaction later because agents witness high inflation rates and remember this into the future. And how much? 2 minutes. Okay, so I think I have time to very quickly show you one of our additional exercises. And the additional exercise I want to show you is this episode of high inflation, right? So what we do here is that we analyze the behavior of the model after the high inflation episode of 2021. So what we do here is that we give monthly data to the model, starting in March 1967 and ending in December 2021. And this is in order to build long memory in the model. And then we produce forecasts using this data and the model, the general equilibrium model. So in first place, what we find here is that when it comes to the IRFs of the inflation rate diagnosis expectations across different cohorts, we find that before 2021, it's actually the older cohorts, they are the ones that have the higher inflation rate expectations, and they are followed by the mid cohorts, and they are followed by the younger cohorts. But then, after being exposed to the high inflation, after 2021, the younger cohorts, they are the ones that have the highest inflation rate expectations. And not only that, these high inflation rate expectations, they remain higher for a long time. And then when it comes to average variables, we also get the same pattern, right? So this is the average, these are the average inflation rate expectations. So they are very persistent over time. And this way, the actual of the observed inflation rate also remains higher for longer when compared to a rational case. Okay, so just to conclude, we have that inflation expectations are heterogeneous across cohorts. They depend on past experiences. They depend on memory. When it comes to area implications, we generate an anchor to a past mechanism. We get a long duration of effects. And it is relevant because we just saw in this very quick exercise that there can be long-lasting effects of the current high inflation episode, right? Because people will remember what's going on, what is going on today. They will remember what's going on today far into the future.
Okay, thank you so much. We have 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Super nice paper and presentation. I have 2 questions that are somewhat related. So in the data, you assume that households believe inflation is a random walk, right? And then, you find this estimate of theta for the diagnostic expectations. Do you know how that would change if you would allow for a more flexible belief kind of law of motion for inflation? And then the second question is related to that. In the model, households learn about an endogenous object, right? And is inflation still following that law of motion once you allow for diagnostic expectations or not?
Okay, so regarding your first question, so we are working with monthly data. So we already checked where we could use some more specifications, but for example, if we run a regression for an AR1 specification, the coefficient that we get, we cannot distinguish that from 1 because this is monthly data. We also run unit root tests, and we cannot reject the hypothesis of the unit root. In any case, in the appendix in the paper, we have one case in which we assume that this is an AR1 process, and we pretty much get the same results. And now, regarding your second question, I didn't quite get it. Could you please repeat it? Your question?
So it's very much related to the first one, but in the model, so again, they update and they form their expectations based on that believed law of motion that inflation is a random walk, right?
Yeah.
But the beliefs itself, because it's an endogenous object, they change the law of motion of inflation now compared to the rational expectations model. And I was wondering whether you account for that, and if not, whether you could account for that, and if that would change anything.
Yes. So what we do in the general equilibrium model is that all the assumptions that we use for the empirical part, we are using the same. So yes, there's this. I believe that the inflation is around the walk. Yeah, in the background. Yes.
Is it okay if so it was very interesting. I was a bit confused as to why you need to add these diagnostic expectations. So why is it the case that, suppose I just start with different cohorts, think of an OLG model, and you just do totally rational Bayesian updating, and we all see the same common imperfect signals, but you only see the ones where when you're alive, aren't you going to get heterogeneous expectations just out of that? Or are you making some assumption? Like, I guess I didn't understand the first part that you showed with the standard Kalman filter. Why is it that if we see different signals depending on our lifetime, aren't we going to get different expectations?
Yes, so here, maybe I didn't, yeah, I definitely didn't mention this, but this common signal is public to everybody, and you can see the whole history of the signal.
Oh, you see the whole history?
Yes.
So, okay, then obviously you're not going to get different expectations.
Yeah, using the standard Kalman filter, yes.
I see, but why don't you just start with a standard model? I guess, I don't know. My starting point would have been like, you have OLG, people live in different times, and then they start off with some prior, and then they just do rational expectations. Then you wouldn't have to, I mean, I guess this diagnostic expectations is kind of giving you the same thing, but you're adding some behavioral assumption.
Yes, so here, yeah, the reason we chose, for example, language expectations over Bayesian updating is that there are two things, right? So in first place, this kind of highlights the fact that people are looking into the past when forecasting the future, that's one. And the other one is that we chose this path because this is a very clean way of introducing this into a big general equilibrium model too, which wouldn't be the case with, or wouldn't have been as easy with Bayesian,
like
Bayesian updating.
Okay, it's like a reduced form of doing the OLG with the Bayesian, I guess. That's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the other thing is that, yeah, so here we have a lot of state variables. So this is right also the way of like a trick of introducing all this. This is like a trick of easily solving that, right?
Yes, very interesting. Thanks. You showed this very interesting prediction of the model at the end that the ordering would be changing.
Yeah.
But what happens in the data? Like where it's like, okay, show us the data. Are people switching like the forecasts?
Okay.
At the margin. Thanks.
Okay, so let's go to this figure at the beginning. Where is it? Empirical fact number 1. Yeah. So here you can see that younger people that were exposed to high inflation, and all that they know is high inflation, they have like this pattern here.
But here it really seems it's like only the very young, because like
yeah, the very young.
In the handbook chapter with Francesca and Ulrike, we did cut a little bit different by age, and there actually, if you bunch it a little bit different, it looked like the oldest still have the highest. Anyway, so like I think the young seem to be special, and maybe it's useful to investigate, because I think if you do look at this updating regression you had, when you pool everyone else versus the young, because all the coefficients were negative.
Yeah.
Once you pool, maybe actually they are special somehow.
You mean the young people?
Yeah, I think fact number 3 or 4.
Here.
Yeah, I think yes. If we were to pool like young versus everyone else.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Because like even like the middle, like the 25 to 34, they haven't really experienced the 70s.
Right.
And still they are somewhat behaving more like the elderly somehow. And anyway, so like.
Yeah, that's something that we can easily check. Yes.
Okay, well, on this high note, let's actually kind of extend a round of applause, and then we break for lunch until 12:30, and then come back to learn from Craig about like price and inflation dynamics in times of high deficits.
Sorry, I'll use the microphone. It's time to start, and we have an invited speak by Craig Kaplan from the University of Chicago to begin with. And Craig, you have 45 minutes for the whole session, so we'll take about 7 for comments and discussion, so 38 minutes.
Ready to go? Great, thank you. So thank you very much to the Bank of Finland and CEPR and all the organizers for inviting me. It's been great. It's been a great conference. Okay, so this is some joint work with George Nikolakoudas, who's a PhD student at Princeton, and Gianluca Violante. This is a paper about fiscal theory of the price level. The fiscal theory of the price level is a framework that is useful for thinking through price level and inflation dynamics in economies which have 2 institutional features that are reminiscent of the institutional features in the world we live in, which is that governments issue nominal debt to finance real expenditures, and that central banks are able to influence the nominal interest rate by intervening in appropriate markets. Now, this isn't a long literature, but for the most part, it's been studied in representative agent economies. There's relatively little work that has extended fiscal theory type settings to worlds with incomplete markets and heterogeneous agents in the spirit of Bewley, Haggard, Ayagari, and Hiroglu. So what we're going to do today is to try to think about that, and I think there's some really important reasons for why it's useful to think about how price level inflation dynamics play out in heterogeneous agent economies under the fiscal theory of the price level. The first is that one thing that representative agent models struggle with is that they require governments to run surpluses in order to be able to talk sensibly about the value of government debt and about fiscal theory. But we live in a world where it's hard to think about surpluses being a feature of the environment, at least in the US, looking forward. So, and this is a figure that I'm just as a reminder, you've all seen it. During wars, governments run up deficits and then pay them back with periods of surpluses over time, except in the last 50 years or so where we stopped doing that. And if you look at the CBO's projections, it looks sort of unlikely that the US is going to return to surplus anytime soon. Okay. So that causes an issue for the standard representative agent economies. But let's go back. But it turns out that heterogeneous agent economies provide a very, very natural setting in which one can study fiscal theory issues with persistent deficits, and these also turn out to be economies in which interest rates are low, in other words, lower than the growth rate of the economy, and that's something I'll explain. The other reason for extending fiscal theory type ideas to heterogeneous agent economies is that household heterogeneity has been absolutely key in thinking about the most recent inflation episode that we're living through, both in terms of the drivers. It was essentially driven by, at least in part, by a massive issuance of new debt that was highly targeted towards certain groups of households. And that's kind of the experiment that we're going to be studying. But it's also, heterogeneity is also going to be really key when it comes to evaluating the consequences of both the inflation itself and the policy responses that we're using to address that in terms of their distributional consequences. So with that in mind, what I want to do in this project is to start building a bridge really between fiscal theory, the price level type economies, and heterogeneous agent economies. And I'm going to start today by thinking about flexible price endowment economies. Okay, it might seem a bit weird to think that we're going to talk about flexible prices when we're talking about inflation, but it turns out that it's a natural starting point, and for the size of the shocks that we're looking in, it's actually going to be a way for us to understand what's going on. I think we'll be able to learn a lot from that. We have an ongoing paper where we do everything with sticky prices, and there's some interesting things that come up there, but today, flexible prices, endowment economies. The paper that I'm presenting has both theory contributions and policy messages. I'm going to focus mostly on the policy messages today, but I'll talk about how we get there. The theory contributions are around thinking about what are the conditions on fiscal and monetary policy that deliver a meaningful discussion of price level and inflation under heterogeneous agents. And the policy messages all involve what is the role of heterogeneity in understanding both the policy responses and the current inflation environment. So let me just preview them, and then I'll kind of jump into things. So all of the insights revolve around the way that the key forces in heterogeneous agent models impact the transmission of nominal shocks into inflation. And so the idea is really around the way that redistributions of real wealth that are induced by movements in prices, combined with the fact that different households have different marginal propensities to consume, manifest in movements in the real interest rate, which then impact the way in which inflation changes. So let me summarize kind of three kind of key sets of messages. The first set of messages are concern situations where the government increases or changes the level of deficits. So one thing that we'll find, which is kind of obvious from what I'm talking about, is that in economies with heterogeneous agents, governments can run persistence deficits. But they can't run infinitely large deficits. There's an upper bound. There's a maximum amount of deficits. And we'll characterize what that maximum level of deficits is that we think that the US can run. And it turns out that the source of the deficit matters a lot. In particular, as we expand deficits, the more social insurance that there is implicit in the tax and transfer system, the lower the maximum deficit, the less fiscal space for increasing deficits and responding to future shocks by issuing more debt. The second message around that is going to be that larger deficits lead to lower long-term real rates. Okay? And those long-term real rates for a given setting of monetary policy are higher inflation in the long run. I'm going to explain that I think this is a potential, connects with the literature on secular stagnation. I'll argue that a lot of the existing explanations for why long-term real rates have declined sort of turned on their heads in economies with heterogeneous agents and persistent deficits, but the secular increases in deficits provide a very natural explanation for why real rates will decline. The second set of messages concern where governments don't change deficits, but just do one-time issuances of debt. So what we'll call fiscal helicopter drops. And here I have in mind the kind of roughly $2 trillion of debt that was issued during 2020 and 2021 in the US. The key messages there are going to be that redistribution and heterogeneous agents, so heterogeneity in MPCs, amplifies the short-run inflationary response of these shocks, and we'll show that those amplification is substantial relative to representative agent economies, and the more targeted are those helicopter drops, the even more inflationary there are. And then the third set of results concern situations where the government doesn't change its aggregate budget constraint at all. So just purely redistributive policy that in a representative agent economy wouldn't do anything, will show that budget neutral redistribution is inflationary in heterogeneous agent versions of these economies. Okay, so that's where we're going to go. Okay, so I don't have time to talk about the model in exact detail. It's going to be an endowment economy with flexible prices. So in terms of real output, everything's going to be neutral. This is really just about understanding inflation and price levels. No aggregate uncertainty. We're going to study perfect foresight dynamics. The basic model is a continuum of, it's a standard Bewley model. I mean, this is really going back to Bewley's initial motivation for writing down the first Bewley model, which was to think about these issues. So it's a continuum of infinitely lived households facing uninsurable idiosyncratic risk. Households can save. Relative to the standard typical model that we would write down or teach our undergrads, the only twist is that we're going to assume that they save in a nominal asset rather than a real asset. And that nominal asset in equilibrium is going to be risk-free government debt that's issued by the government. Okay? Government's going to face an intertemporal budget constraint. There'll be a fiscal policy rule, which I'm actually going to show you these for real surpluses, and monetary policy rules for the nominal interest rate. Okay? So basic, simple. I'm not going to show you the household problem. If you feel free to ask questions if you need a clarification. I want to jump straight to what the government budget constraint is. So this is an economy in which households have idiosyncratic productivities, which we express as kind of shares of the aggregate endowment. Grab this, which are Z, and then tau T of Z is a potentially time-varying tax and transfer function that, when you integrate it up across all households J, generates a real level of surpluses ST, and then how the government issues short-term nominal debt. When we come to quantitative work, we'll introduce long-term debt, which is essential for trying to get some of, under monetary policy responses, getting inflation dynamics right. According to a budget constraint, that says that they have to pay interest, nominal interest rate I, and this is to finance the shortfalls of any deficits. Negative S means deficits, positive S means surpluses. Key thing to note is that in these types of economies, we're going to think about nominal outstanding liabilities, B0 is given. So we introduce the economy with a certain stock of nominal debt. we're going to work in real versions of these economies. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to work in variables that are normalized relative to growth in nominal output. So I'm going to think of an economy in which the real endowment is growing at a constant rate G. So that's G. And define normalized real government debt as the ratio of nominal debt to the normalized price level. Okay, so little b is just real debt normalized to the growth rate of the economy. And that delivers a real government budget constraint that should look very familiar. It says the shortfalls of real interest payments relative to real surpluses are financed by issuing new debt in real terms. And the only thing to note, if you're not familiar with these types of models, is that the initial condition. So whereas in the nominal version, nominal debt is given, here real debt is not given. It's a jump variable. Why? Because the price level is not pinned down necessarily at time p, and everything about price level determination here is about can we or can we not pin down this initial level of real debt. Okay, so that's the government budget constraint. The monetary and fiscal policy for today's talk, I'm essentially going to focus on what I think is the simplest form of policies. Government sets a constant tax and transfer function, so a constant level S star, and monetary policy sets a nominal interest rate peg I star. Okay, nominal peg, real surpluses. That's the simplest version. I'll talk a little bit about expanding this to rules, where various classes of fiscal policy rules, where real rates respond to, where surpluses respond to either real rates, real debt, or real interest payments. And in our quantitative work, we allow for monetary Taylor type rules for monetary policy. None of that really matters. Some of this matters. I'll talk about this. The monetary policy, for reasons I'm about to describe, doesn't matter at all for anything theoretical that I'm about to say. Okay, here we go. We're ready to define an equilibrium. So this is sort of the most important part of the. After this is just sort of graphs and figures. So this is the hardest part. Okay, so what is a perfect four-side equilibrium? Given a fiscal policy, which is a time-invariant tax function tau star, which generates then a constant level of surpluses S star. Notice how I'm being careful to talk about that it's the tax function that generates the surpluses, because ultimately we're going to have to talk about what that there might be some redistribution implicit in that tax function. An initial household distribution over their relative holdings of wealth, which is this omega, and their relative productivity Z. So the way that distribution looks in this economy is households have wealth and they have productivity. The levels of wealth may or may not be pinned down, but their relative wealths are pinned down, because you can think of that, their distributions over their nominal wealth holdings. I have this much money, you have that much money, so even if the price level changes, our relative wealth is unchanged. Then a real equilibrium consists of paths of value functions and consumption functions for households, paths of distributions and implied real aggregate wealth, which is the total assets A of the households, and paths of government real debt and real interest rates, such that households optimize. The distribution is generated by the budget constraints of households. In other words, a Kolmogorov-Ford equation holds that propagates forward the optimal consumption decisions. The government budget constraint holds and asset markets clear. And of course, then goods market will clear by Volra's law. Okay, that's a real equilibrium. And that determines paths of real interest rates and paths of government debt and government A. If a real equilibrium exists, then for any real equilibrium that exists, I can determine a unique path of nominal variables. How do I do it? Well, the initial value of nominal debt is given. So one component of an equilibrium is the initial value of government debt, which is part of the equilibrium. So I can just read it off as the ratio of the nominal debt that's given to the real debt that's determined in equilibrium. That pins down the price level. And then the subsequent growth in the price level is determined by inflation, which just comes from a Fisher equation. So the real interest rate is determined in equilibrium. And so the inflation rate is just determined in equilibrium as well. Okay, why am I painfully going through this? To make it clear that if you want to understand conditions under uniqueness or existence of prices, it's enough to just think about uniqueness of a real equilibrium. And once if there's a unique real equilibrium, then it follows that there must be a unique price level and inflation. If there's multiple real equilibrium, there might be multiple price levels and inflation. So what I go now, I'm just going to talk about real equilibria with the knowledge that we can back out what the implied dynamics of prices must be just using these rules. And if you had a different monetary policy rule, this would just be the same. It's just a little bit more of a complicated equation there. That's all. Okay, so let's do it. We're going to start with steady state equilibria, and then we'll talk about dynamic equilibria, and then I'll go to a quantitative exercise. So here's a figure that I think should look familiar. So this is, let's start with surpluses, the case where governments run a positive S. Well, equilibria is the intersection between asset demand and asset supply. In an incomplete markets model, the household asset, steady state asset demand is an upward sloping function that this blue line that asymptotes to the discount rate, rho, and eventually hits zero when households hit the borrowing constraint down here. The steady state of the government asset supply function is just taking the steady state of this equation. So it's just setting d b dt equal to 0, and that gives you an equation rb equals s in steady state. So that, when s is positive, is just a hyperbola in the northeast quadrant, this line here. And you can see straight away that there is going to be a unique equilibrium. It's over there. We can compare that with the unique equilibrium in the representative agent economy, which is something that's familiar to everyone. And this is, you have your standard result that the real interest rate is lower and the level of debt higher in the heterogeneous agent economy than in the representative agent economy. Okay. So it's a unique. So what about with deficits? Well, okay. Well, now let's take the case with deficits. Well, if we take with deficits, now the blue line is unchanged. I've just sort of extended it down. There's an interest rate below which households don't want to hold any wealth. If the interest rate's too low, then why would you ever hold any wealth? And the optimal household asset demand is just 0, so it's on this y-axis. But with S negative, then this hyperbola now looks like a downward sloping line in this quadrant. So you can see that if an equilibrium exists, a steady state equilibrium exists, there'll be at least 2 of them. And in the representative agent economy, it should be straightforward that no such equilibrium exists. The red line's down here, and the brown line is somewhere up here. Okay, so we can already see that there's going to be some issues with thinking about price level determinacy in the heterogeneous agent economy with deficits, because we don't even know there's not even a unique steady state equilibrium, let alone a unique equilibrium in general. So we're going to have to do something about that. Okay, so that's going to be the next step. Note, however, though, that not all levels of deficits are consistent with an equilibrium. So as you increase the level of deficits, in other words, as S star becomes more negative, this red line shifts out in this direction, and that's going to define a maximum level of deficits that can be sustained in equilibrium, which is when these lines are tangent to each other. It's like a Laffer curve for government debt, and if you go back to kind of older theories of inflation. In fact, you open up Lundquist-Sargent's textbook and look at chapter on monetary theories of inflation, you'll find figures that look exactly like this, but where the B is M, and there's more reduced form models of this asset demand curve. So we're really just kind of placing these old ideas in monetary equilibrium into kind of modern heterogeneous agent economies. It's like a Laffer curve for government debt. We can show that this is the high. There's a high interest rate, high debt. Low inflation steady state. There's a high inflation, low real interest rate steady state. This is the good one up here. This one is Pareto dominates this one. You can show that. Sort of intuitive why Pareto dominates. The aggregate endowment's the same. So the interest rate's higher. There's more debt in the economy. Households can better insure themselves. You have to flesh that out a little bit more to make it precise. Okay. But if we want to think about price level determination, it all comes down to dynamic equilibria. So let me just quickly spend 1 minute reminding you how price level is determined in the representative agent economy. So this is sort of Sims or LIPA, this kind of interpretation of it. So remember, in the representative agent economy, that's the steady state over here. In the representative agent economy, it's straightforward to show that this straight line here doesn't just hold in steady state, but holds at any point in time. Why? Because it's an endowment economy. So think about the household Euler equation is, changing consumption. It has to be constant on aggregate, so that real interest rate has to equal the discount rate at all points in time. So the economy lives on this brown line. If you look at the government budget constraint, it's sort of straightforward to show that if you start at a point a little bit to the right, a higher debt, then the economy will move in that direction. And if you start a little bit left, you move in that direction. We then invoke an argument that says that any paths that kind of move in this direction eventually accumulate so much wealth that they violate a necessary condition for household optimality, which we call a transversality condition. So those are not part of equilibria. And ones that go in this direction eventually violate a borrowing constraint. So they're not part of equilibria anyway. And so this stationary equilibrium is the only equilibrium. And because it's the only equilibrium, then I can invoke the fact that from given an equilibrium, I can pin down price levels, and there must be a unique price level and a unique path of inflation. Okay, that's like Chris Sims' lecture notes, what I just described. That's nothing new. So the issue, though, if you take the same logic and apply it to the heterogeneous agent money, it's a little bit harder than that because it's not true that the economy lives on this blue line. Okay, what we need to do instead is say that for any, we want to argue that there's a unique dynamic equilibria that in kind of the extended space that this economy lives in. Okay, so how does that work? So I'm not going to go through I'm just going to give you the intuition for it now. So remember, in a heterogeneous agent economy, the aggregate state is the distribution of assets across households. Okay, it's useful to partition that aggregate state into two components. One, which is a distribution of shares, and another, which is the level of real debt in the economy. Okay, now if I know the share of real debt that's held by everyone, and I know the aggregate real debt, then I also know the distribution of actual debt holdings across everyone. So this is just partitioning it. But why partition it like this? Well, it's useful to partition like this because these two components are the components of the aggregate state that have different dynamic properties. The distribution of shares is a backward-looking variable. It can't jump. If we enter time zero with, you have $5 and I have $10, our relative wealth, there's no way that can jump. But what can jump is all of our wealth can jump altogether. So this economy can jump, but only on a particular single dimension. So showing that there's a unique equilibrium basically comes down to showing saddle path stability of this system. If one could show that, so this is an if one can show that the dynamics of this system are saddle path stable, it would then imply that if you give me any initial distribution of household asset holdings, there's a unique real equilibrium from that, starting from that distribution, meaning there's an initial value of real debt, which is determined endogenously, unique paths of debt and distributions going forward, associated paths of real interest rates, and such that the equilibrium is going to converge back to that steady state that I showed you. Given that, I can then invoke that result that I showed you in the definition of equilibrium, that now I can pin down what is the price level, the initial price level, and subsequent paths of inflation. Okay? Now, proving this is hard. In fact, I don't have a proof for this in the general continuum case. I know what we need to do. What I can do is what I can do is show you exactly. I can do it in a discretized version. We can show you in sufficient conditions. And I kind of know what we need to show. It comes down to characterizing the spectrum of some PDE operators that define this system. But it's very intuitive as to, and I'll give you some intuition about what determines the one eigenvalue that's associated with this B, which is the one that determines the stability. Let me just show you, if you're interested, I can talk a little bit afterwards. Yeah.
Sorry. How does that stuff change if you move to a passive fiscal policy, like in the, the LIPA matrix? You have fiscal policy, passive, active. Now you have it active. I was wondering what happens if you have it passive. Because you had that rules at the beginning, right?
Yeah. Can I come back to that question? I want to do one more thing first, and then I'll tell you. Yeah. And the reason why I want to come back to it is because active and passive are properties of a particular class of policies. So I first need to specialize that class, and then I can talk about that. I want to talk about it a little bit more generally. Okay, so what does that mean? It means if I start with some distribution, there's going to be some level of real debt which the economy jumps to and then converges back along some saddle path to that equilibrium. Okay? We do the same sort of analysis in the case with deficits. Now, the case with deficits, you've got two different steady states. And what it turns out is that remaining eigenvalue that determines whether this is saddle path stable or locally stable is determined by the relative slopes of the blue and the red line. And so because of that, it's very straightforward to show that the top one, the one that we like, is saddle path stable, whereas the bottom one is locally stable, meaning that you give me an initial distribution, there are actually a continuum of dynamic equilibria, one initial price level and real value of debt converges to this one, and a continuum of ones that converge to this one. Okay, so to answer your question, in the simplest characterization of active versus passive fiscal policy, what happens in passive fiscal policy is the stability properties of those two steady states are reversed. The top one becomes locally stable, and the bottom one becomes saddle path stable. And in the other case, with surpluses, it depends a bit on how you specify active and passive. In fully active, fully passive policies, like the standard assumption we make New Keynesian, then any level of debt any point on that line is an equilibrium. And for more what I'll call not strongly passive policies, then it becomes locally stable. Does that answer the question? Or no, for passive okay, it depends on what you mean for passive. What you mean for passive policy?
Passive fiscal policy.
Yeah, for passive fiscal policy. In which case? In
any case.
Yeah, no. In this case,
even the simple case, interest rate bigger than
you'll have locally stable dynamics.
You say it's not locally stable, and the price level in steady state is
any price level will be consistent with an equilibrium.
I adopt that. Yeah. Well, you can talk about that.
So these two would switch.
Basically, you don't have the red curve, but you still have the asset market still has to clear, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't want to have this discussion now, because I think it depends on exactly what fiscal policy we have in mind. Let's just hold this till the end. Yeah. Okay. But I want to focus on these policies for now. So okay, so let me explore how does this play out in an actual policy. Well, let's do a fiscal helicopter drop where the government issues a large quantity of debt, new debt, and gives it to households. In the representative agent economy, you'll be starting at a point over here. You issue some new debt, and you just jump straight back to that point there. There are no dynamics. Why? What happens? I gave you a bunch of nominal wealth, and then we revalue that nominal wealth in exactly the right proportions so that the real value of debt remains unchanged. That should be sort of basic, standard. This is kind of the thought experiment that John Cochrane has been writing a lot in his blog about. How does that work in a heterogeneous agent economy? In a heterogeneous economy, if you do exactly the same experiment, the value of debt will jump downwards, and then the economy will transition back with a higher interest rate back down to steady state. What's the intuition? The intuition is imagine that the price level moved in exactly the same way as it did with the representative agent economy. So I increase the price level by exactly the same amount that the aggregate real value of wealth has gone back to where it started. When I give people a helicopter drop, I'm giving everybody the same amount of money in additive terms. When I increase the price level, I'm taking it away from them in real terms, but I'm doing that in a proportional way. So when you do that revaluation, you're necessarily doing some real redistribution. Which way does the real redistribution go? Well, it goes from the high wealth households to the low wealth households, because the high wealth, everyone got the same additive amount, but then you took it away from them proportionally, you're redistributing to the low wealth households. Low wealth households have higher marginal propensities to consume. So when you do this fiscal helicopter drop, you're increasing the aggregate demand for spending in the economy. In an endowment economy, what's going to happen? The interest rate's going to have to rise, and then slowly that interest rate's going to have to come back down. And so on impact, you're going to have a higher increase in the price level to accommodate that expected deflation later on. So you move some of the price level changes from the future, and you get a bigger burst of inflation immediately on impact. The more targeted is that fiscal policy, that helicopter drop, the stronger that force is. And that's basically the economics of the simulations that we're going to do. Okay, now of course, I want to work in the world with deficits, and for that, I need to be able to work in a world where things are unique. So you need to rule out multiplicity. There's many different ways in which you can do that. One is to use fiscal rules. There are a couple of different options. So an option like a rule in which deficits respond to real debt essentially works. I'll just show you a quick picture what that sort of rule does. What that rule does is shifts this red line from being upward sloping to downward sloping, and kills all of those equilibria down there, leaving you just with the steady state. Yeah, that one's okay. It has some properties that basically can make governments do sort of strange things. You can do real rate rules, which they have the property of. So that was the real rate rule I showed. Let's show you I didn't bring the picture for the real debt roll. The real debt roll shifts the economy, shifts the rate curve to the side. So Marcus, the typical like Liepel-Tiles statement of fiscal policy are really rules like this interest payment reaction rule. In which case here there's a direct mapping which says that when phi s is, our baseline is phi s is 0, as long as phi s is less than 1, it's an active rule. Under these rules, you can't kill the multiplicity, and so you need something else. Whether it's passive or fiscal, passive or active, all it does is change the determinacy properties of those two rules. So we need some other way of killing those equilibria with a rule like this. So we propose two possibilities. One is to introduce additional demand for domestic government debt. So in the basic model, the only people who hold the government debt are households in domestic households. If there's an additional foreign demand that's less elastic, then you can show that you can kill that unstable equilibria. And then the third option is something different. Rather than killing the second the bad equilibrium, you can try and eliminate all of the paths that lead to that equilibrium. Okay, now this is a bit crazy, but I'm going to put it out there because it basically involves a form of anchoring expectation. So this is sort of an if-then statement, sort of a let's hope. Yeah, 5 minutes. 1 minute on this, and then I'll talk about some quantitative results. So there's sort of two pillars of modern central bank policy. One's a long-run inflation target, and then the other is some sort of rule or device for setting nominal rates with some long-run nominal rate anchor, a monetary policy rule of some description. Okay, well, here's some ifs. So if fiscal policy works with an active rule, either fixed surpluses or an interest payment reaction rule, which is not too strong, then monetary policy sets the interest rate and its inflation rate target to be consistent with the real rate at the good equilibrium, and the central bank can successfully coordinate private sector beliefs about the long run, then that's sufficient to generate unique price level inflation dynamics in the short run too. Okay, it might seem on the face of it, I'm saying, well, we're just sort of assuming away all the multiplicity. It's not quite that. What we're saying is that assume that we can convince everyone that in the long run we're going to get back to our inflation target. Then that pins down inflation dynamics and price level dynamics in the short run as well, and then you can focus on what the shape of that saddle path looks like. Okay, just some ideas. Okay, I want to spend the last few minutes putting this to work. So we calibrate this economy. I don't have time to talk a lot about this. It's basically a liquid wealth calibration. So ultimately, we want to do a two-asset model where households also hold in another assets and productive capital, but it's just a liquid wealth calibration. It's kind of amazing, it kind of matches it. So we calibrate to aggregate deficits that are roughly what they were in the years leading up to the recession, about 3.3% of GDP, and we calibrate a discount rate to get debt of about 110% of GDP, which is what it was just before COVID. When you do that, the figure looks like this. So you get a high interest rate steady state with an interest rate of -1%, and then the bad one would have an inflation rate of nearly 20%, so a very low interest rate. So I'm going to now just talk about some experiments around that steady state over there. Okay, so message number one. What's the maximum deficit that households, the government could issue? So we estimate that, well, it matters how they do it. Okay, so if they were just to increase lump sum transfers, we estimate that the maximum deficit is about 1.5, 1.4 times what it is right now. But if they were to, But if they were to do it from a case where there was less redistribution, so we lower the amount of redistribution, then you could potentially have much larger deficits. And the intuition is really that the demand for holding this government debt has to do with the amount of redistribution implicit in the economy. Okay, so I sort of don't have a lot of time, so I want to show you one sort of figure, which is the fiscal helicopter drop. So we're going to study a fiscal helicopter drop in the last minute. So we're going to do this to try to replicate what we saw over 2020 and 21. So the government issued a nominal transfer of approximately 18% of steady-state annual GDP you know, at this stage, what does the dynamics look like? So I've just plotted them, so they sort of look like this. I think the coolest thing about this paper is that the helicopter drop looks like a helicopter drop. And the economy converges back to steady state. And that's for it's exactly for the reasons that I described. The real interest rate rises. And so what I've plotted here is some impulse responses to 3 different versions of that. One in a representative agent economy, one in a lump sum transfer, that's the blue, and one in a targeted transfer, which is like where it kind of matches what we did in reality, which is targeted to the bottom 40% of households. So the thing I want you to focus in here is the difference in the price level, the initial inflation jump. So this is the initial jump in prices in the representative agent economy, and then you see you get roughly another a third higher increase in inflation early on, and that's just because exactly of that mechanism of redistribution and real rate dynamics that were important. Okay, so I'm kind of out of time. I'll take questions. I've got 2 minutes. Okay, so I'll just sort of make. The points about redistribution are kind of the same thing. Just give me 1 minute to make a point, and then we can ask questions. So I think that the other thing I want to point out is the effect of increases in deficits on real rates. So just so we're all clear about what happens. So imagine you start off at this point over here, and then the government increases deficits, so they shift this red line out. Of course, when you increase deficits, you change the amount of insurance in the economy, so the blue line also shifts. But you typically come to a point that looks something like this. And you see, so when you increase deficits, actually, the real rate falls. And that fall in the real rate is consistent then with unchanged monetary policy, an increase in the long-run steady-state rate of inflation, which we calibrate to in the paper. Okay, so I'll sort of wrap up. I think there's a bunch of different lessons here to start off. There can be multiple equilibria. Governments can run deficits, but there's maximums that they can. The amount of fiscal space is reduced by the amount of redistribution and social insurance in the economy. Long-run deficit expansions could be a source of declining real rates. They lead to permanently higher inflation rates, and the more progressive are those deficit expansions, the more inflationary they are. I didn't show you these figures, but during the COVID expansion of the fiscal helicopter drop, there was also a massive loosening of monetary policy at the same time. When we simulate that, we get similarly even bigger inflationary responses. So that cutting down of dropping interest rates added to inflation. And we kind of do work with thinking about one-time wealth taxes, which generate temporary bursts of inflation. I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks a lot. We have time for discussion. Who wants to start?
Thank you.
Yep. Mike's
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting. You know, I'm thinking about that issues for quite a while. One just smaller question. When you have the model all in real terms, right? And then you have to surprise inflation. How do you handle that technically? But usually, if the initial condition is nominal bonds, right? If a helicopter drop, initial price level goes up, the number of real outstanding bonds should fall on impact because the price level goes up.
The real value of those bonds.
Yeah, the real value.
Yes, that's correct.
How do you do that in your? You specify everything and you do everything in real terms. How do you do that? How do you capture that?
Real debt is a jump variable. So initial level of real debt is a jump variable. The trick is that there's a distribution of real debt, but when it jumps and that distribution jumps because of a change in the price level, it jumps in a very particular way, which is a way in which everybody's real debt moves proportionally.
I understand, but you specify the whole model without talking about the price level, right?
No, I don't.
I thought that was the beginning. You said you have.
Yeah. No, the household problem is written in nominal terms. These are nominal. This is all nominal stuff. And then I've got a result that says I can rewrite all the equations of the economy in real terms. The only difference is going to be that the initial condition is no longer a state variable; it's a jump variable.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
and then we have to solve the economy under the assumption that it's a jump variable, and that's why we have to think about whether it really is saddle path stable or not. And it turns out that it is. Yeah.
So I think what changed the multiplicity quite a bit is if you did the fiscal policy. I mean, you specify the fiscal policy always in real terms.
Yeah.
If you specify it in nominal terms.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I think that's what differentiates us a lot from, I think, your papers, is that, and that's what we want to do. I want to make the game in this paper is we want to think about real real fiscal policies and then see what happens. And obviously, if you specify other types of fiscal policies, you can get all sorts of different things.
Because basically, if you do it in real terms, it's basically as if you're indexing.
Yep.
Indexing the debt is like wage indexing, but
yep.
generates some
yeah,
issues.
I mean, that's the game we're playing here. We're going to play the game of we want to think about fiscal policies, different types of fiscal policies where we specify real surpluses, rules for real surpluses. Yeah.
But you can specify that in some such that you have a
Next question.
Yeah, I wanted to have 2 comments.
Yeah.
First, this helicopter drop during COVID occurred also the zero bound.
Yeah.
How could you incorporate in your model zero bound, given that it's a real model?
I mean, this is like okay, so we did it, the baseline experiments I showed you were with a peg. They held nominal rates constant, so if you want to choose that at 0, that's fine, choose it at 0. I'll show you a figure here with the 0, where they hit 0.
Do you have determinacy because of the model is solved in continuous time? This is why?
No, that's not the reason. It's because of the fiscal policy. Sorry, I mean, there's a lot going on here that I think is kind of, unless you're in this literature.
Okay.
So I've hidden some things in here. So what have I hidden? Unlike in a standard New Keynesian model, I specified a rule for fiscal policy
which is
in real terms that has some properties. And my baseline one is that the surpluses are fixed in real terms.
Okay.
That gives you determinacy.
Okay.
Right? Now, that's more than you need for determinacy, which is sort of what Marcus was hinting at, and then how you deviate from that matters a lot. But that's my baseline, is that I'm going to talk about that case. And in that case, yeah, you can have whatever you want.
active fiscal by definition.
Exactly, yeah.
And also like the first graph that you show at the beginning with the deficits, are they nominal or real terms?
The deficits, those are
the motivation
this is real because this is
real.
Because it's percentage of GDP.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what, when I say real, we really is an endowment economy, so I mean percentage of GDP. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. More questions?
Okay, maybe this is obvious to everyone, but could you just give the intuition for why the steady state equilibrium with a higher R, Pareto dominates the lower R one?
The Pareto is a little bit afterwards, but I can show you. But let's just take the intuition for why. Give me a utilitarian welfare criterion, and it's going to that. Will that be enough? And then we can think about Pareto. You have to think about. But the idea is simply that it's an endowment economy. It's an endowment economy. So there's only a certain amount of total consumption across everyone. So the only thing that can change welfare is how that consumption is distributed across households. If there's more wealth in the economy, households are more able to effectively smooth out the effects of their idiosyncratic risk because they hold more wealth on average, which means that their marginal utility consumption is at each household doesn't moving much over time. So you got the same level of consumption with lower conditional variances of consumption. That's higher welfare. Yeah. Now, of course, once you have people with negative wealth, Pareto is a bit more difficult because some people lose and some people gain. But yeah, certainly if everyone has positive wealth, it's kind of easy to then turn that into a Pareto argument.
We have some more time for
Maybe following up on that, does this depend on how you tax households?
Yes, it does. So in our quantitative experiments, we take a so-called negative income tax policy, so a lump sum transfer and a proportional tax. And I went a little bit fast, but so for example, when you change for the given total surpluses, when you change the kind of how much you raise from, say, the proportional tax versus the lump sum transfer, you change that blue line because the blue line is the amount of precautionary savings. So that then is going to change the real rate and the level of real debt in steady state, and that will change inflation as well because because that's how in a fiscal theory model that's what determines inflation. So pure redistribution. So I kind of jumped. I didn't have time to talk about that, but there's sort of 3 levels of policy experiments you can do: changing deficits, holding deficits constant, but changing debt. Not changing anything, just how you redistribute. That's an example of that, and it has inflationary implications for that reason.
one more question I think we can take. Yeah.
Like just a quick one. So like I think what would also be nice, that you could actually do like this
zero lower bound, by the way.
This relationship to this literature by Lustig and Stein van Leeuwenburg on what they call, I guess, the government debt valuation puzzle, which I think wouldn't arise in your setting. Like, well, at least...
I mean, I'll just make an aside for those who are... Notice that I managed to give a 45-minute talk with R less than G and persistent deficits, and I never used the B word once. Okay, I didn't take discounted values of anything. So I'm just trying to point out that I think all of that stuff's a little bit of a red herring. Like, I think if you do it carefully and you think about what's the definition of equilibrium, what are conditions for equilibrium, then you can go value things. You choose however you want. I mean, it's pretty clear in this economy that households don't want to value things using R. R is negative. They want to value it using the marginal rates of substitution, which are, yeah. So I think it is connected, but it sort of sidesteps a lot. The way we did it sort of sidesteps a lot of those questions that come up.
Okay, I think time is up, so we need to move to the next paper. Thanks a lot. So the next paper is about the scarring effects of deep contraction. So, Michael.
Okay, so I would like to thank the organizers for putting this paper on the program. This is going to be a little bit different, so it's going to be completely empirical. It's joint work with David Eichmann, Matthias Drehmann, and Xiaocheng Qing. So what are we going to look at? So if you look at the regular GDP figure, what you will notice is that there are times when you see something that resembles a shift downwards. Okay, we're not going to take a stand yet on whether or not this is a permanent shift or whether it's just an asymmetric cycle or something else, but this would be the typical picture that you would see when you look at GDP figures from advanced countries and other countries. Examples of this would be the global financial crisis. We see a slow growth up, there's a shift down, and then GDP continues on roughly the same trajectory as before, but from a lower sort of level. Now, recently we have had some big shocks, of course, COVID and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, generating an energy shock. And again, the same thing arises. Will this lead to similar kind of jumps down in the GDP level, or will we recover eventually? And this is kind of important to know. Because the way that we recover has some important implication for instance, for government debt sustainability and so forth. Now, the key question is, of course, under which conditions do these things occur? Is it always like a technology shock that jumps you down, is completely exogenous to us, or is it due to endogenous reasons? So linking up to that kind of literature that has been looking up to hysteresis effects and things that can happen endogenously, that would be the first kind of order of business. I have that question there in black. Is it really just exogenous technology, or is it some endogenous process that we can actually do something about? Can we avoid these jumps down? Can we generate jumps up, perhaps, or something like that? In red here, I have actually the question that we are going to address. So we're not going to be really going in that direction of the main question that is it really technology or something different? But what we're going to look at is this something that is symmetric. So again, if you picture this GDP figure in your head, you do see from time to time this jumps down, but it's kind of rare to see the opposite happening. So some jumps up and suddenly, you know, there's like a shift upwards and we continue on a higher path. So that you don't see. And not much empirical work has actually been done to try to figure out, is this sort of a regular feature of the data? Similarly, when you look at these things, they're typically associated with really large events. So we have the GFC or we have the pandemic. These are huge shocks. But would that also then happen in smaller events, or is it just these large things? So that's what we're going to try to dig into in this paper. Now, obviously, this has long implications, partly for what I told you. If there's a permanent loss to GDP, maybe then fiscal sustainability is going to look a little different. But also, if you think about how we conduct policies, I would argue that if we truly live in a world with endogenous growth, for instance, not where monetary and fiscal policy could affect trend growths in the economy, then we're living in a very different world. And maybe we don't know as much how to conduct policy in that world. Okay, so these are kind of important things. The paper is purely empirical, so I'm not going to have anything to say about that, but we have some interesting results with implications for how we maybe want to model these things, conditional on these things being endogenous. Okay, so what do we do? Well, there's of course a big literature looking at whether or not there's permanent effects whether some shocks have permanent effects, and in particular trying to dive into is these things more endogenous. Starting from an early literature on unit roots, estimating unit root in GDP, that's large literature. Then you have perhaps a seminal paper this is Serra and Saxena AER 2008, who were the first ones to document these big shocks. And then a number of other papers having different methods of trying to address this issue. Most of these papers, well, you can adapt them. Most of these techniques that have been applied have not really been applied to look at the issue about whether or not this is symmetric or asymmetric. So think about if I estimate the unit root on a series where you have these kind of shifts, well, you will typically get high persistence, so close to a unit root. And if you take that unit root literally, it's really symmetric. So small shocks, big shocks, all of them become permanent. That's really what it implies. Of course, a unit root in a system there may be just in some certain direction. So it may be just, like a technology shock that generates it. But if I take the unit root, it's typically symmetric. So what we're going to do is we're going to develop a very simple way of testing for whether there's permanent effects in these kind of big events, or small events, or positive events, and so on. But the key thing is going to be that we are going to be able to pick out, we can look at large negative events, large positive events, and small events in between. Okay, and it's pretty simple, so we're not going to be forced to make really arbitrary assumptions. So I'm going to comment on that a little bit as we go along. So some of the methods that have been applied before, in order to apply them, you have to make some assumptions, and those assumptions typically either assume something that you don't want to assume or are a little bit too arbitrary. Okay, good. In terms of data, this is not going to be spectacular. We just have a large panel of real GDP, 24 countries starting in the 70s. Could we go longer back in time? Yes, with the slightly fewer countries. Could we have more countries? Yes, but then at the expense of having a more unbalanced panel. But there's nothing really spectacular there. We could do all of these variations to it. Okay, we are going to go a little bit in the direction of, if we look at the first slide, we had this exogenous or endogenous issue, which is kind of the really important one. We are going to go a little bit in that direction, but I will downplay that a little bit because, as you know, in terms of academics, we're not going to be very academic about it. We're just going to have mainly a kind of narrative way of looking at it, say, is this an oil shock? Is this an energy shock? But we're not really going to do a shock decomposition. We're not really going to apply some very formal identification method that would really allow us to say, is this generated by something which we would normally take as completely endogenous? Okay, so that issue is more in the background for us. Okay, let me try to motivate what we do. So if you understand, if you guys are going to understand what I do, then in this slide, then you're going to understand all of the graphs that I'm going to show you, and then everything is going to be easy. If you don't, then I'm going to be in trouble. So let me spend a little bit of time. Maybe I'll remove the microphone. Okay. So think about the case where we're standing at we're looking at data and we have some point T0. At T0, we suspect that something has happened. Okay? Maybe it was a large permanent thing, or maybe it was temporary. We don't know, but we want to figure it out. Now, there's two cases that can happen. So in the first case here, this is really simplistic. There's no boom in front of this T0. There's nothing. So there's a shock. We want to know if it is Now, when I'm standing here, if it's permanent, what's going to happen is, if I calculate the growth rate from that point onward, the slope of that growth rate is going to be less than the sort of normal growth rate that you have in the preceding period and in the period after, okay? And I can calculate the long growth rate if I want to, but it's still going to be a downward slope. It's going to have a less slope than the regular times. Okay, that's the feature that we want to use to figure it out. So we're going to take a long growth rate at the point where we suspect something has happened, and then we're going to look if that growth rate is less than growth rates at other points of the sample. That's the general idea. Now, if there's a recovery, what you can see is eventually you should be able to get the same growth rate. However, you can also see that if I go longer and longer out from that T0 point, of course I'm converging all the time towards it, even if there's this chink in it. So the real question statistically is this convergence that comes naturally from me extending the horizon, is that slow enough so that I can still detect it vis-a-vis the distribution of growth rates and at the regular time, okay? That you can show very easily. It's a very straightforward application of central limit theorem. You can show that, yes, indeed, even if you look at this longer growth rate, if there's an outlier here vis-a-vis the regular distribution, then it's also going to be an outlier in the longer run. So that one motivates sort of our test. So you can just pick out a number of T0s, that's one group, and then some regular growth rates, that's the second group, and then we test if these two are different. That's all I'm going to do. Now, in all the graphs that you're going to see, the regular growth rates are going to be normalized at 0, and then, so it's really just the deviation from those and a confidence band around it. So you're going to see some numbers, there's a point estimate, and there's a confidence band. And if they're far away from 0, it means that they're different. Now, there's a number of things that can happen, of course. So I'm just plotting here for fun of it. Suppose I take some period, I have, say, a 10-year ahead growth rate, but I take the growth rate 5 years before this chink happened here, okay? Then, of course, that one is also going to have the same slope as the one at T0, if there's this permanent thing. And that's actually going to generate some biases in the way that we look at it. I'm going to address all of these points as we go along. I'm just noting it here. There's another thing that you will recognize immediately. What if there was a boom right in front of it, and I take the T0 at the top of the boom? Well, obviously I'm going to have a downward sloping thing, and again, I could draw the wrong inference. I'm going to address all of these things, but the point from this graph, what I want you to take away, is that by making this long comparison, I could, in principle, separate these two out. Now, there's tons of ways that people have been doing this before. I mean, starting from estimating unit root on series like this, but also, for instance, estimating the trend prior to this event and the trend after this event. We argue that that's probably not a good idea, and the reason why it's not a good idea is that if I were to do it, unless there's superhysteresis so that the trends are different in the two samples, there's no way I can really catch up. And that means that I'm kind of assuming the hysteresis. I'm just measuring how much it is. What we're going to do is we're going to take the average growth rate as the benchmark. So it's almost as if we're assuming as a benchmark the asymmetric business cycle story, and still we're going to find this. Okay? So that's kind of an important point. Let me go a little bit into this. Now, the key question then is, of course, how do I identify the T0s that I'm interested in? And here we're going to be completely agnostic. So we're just going to pick them out as a big contraction from the annual or quarterly GDP growth distribution. So we're just going to take some percentile, say anything below the fifth percentile. That's a large contraction, either at the quarterly or annually level. We're tons of robustness checks with respect to that choice, but it's really agnostic. So we're just going to pick out these things. Now you realize that, well, we don't have to take the large ones necessarily. We could also look at the 35th to 20th percentile. We can pick it any way we like. And we're going to do the same on the positive side, of course, and so on. So that's where we can do this really simple test of testing two means. We can do it for any part of the distribution. Okay, then second step is just once we settled on what is the T0, okay, that's just picking out dates. Then we calculate these long-run growth rates at those points, and then we compare it to the remaining points in the sample. And that's where we get the difference. Then we take the means of these two samples, and we test if that mean is significant. Okay, as I already told you that we're going to be really agnostic about it, so we're going to look at percentiles, 5 percentile intervals, and then we're going to check, if I pick my T0s like this, is there a sign of a permanent effect or not? And then, of course, for step 3, we know that since these are overlapping samples, there's autocorrelation and there's cross-sectional correlations. You need to deal with it somehow, and what we do is a bootstrap a la Politis Romano. We're also extending it to take into account the cross-sectional side. So if you understand that, that's essentially the whole thing, and the rest is I'm going to show you the main results, that's 3 slides, and then I have a ton of robustness checks because you're going to have questions presumably, and then we can jump and look at them if we have time. Okay? Good. So this is the first result. Let me explain the x-axis. This is the percentile where we pick out the T0s. Okay, so we have picked them in buckets. So this is the most severe contractions from the 0th to the 5th percentile. So now we're picking T0s from the annual GDP growth distribution, the 5% worst contractions that we have in the sample. Once we have the T0s, then we calculate the long growth rate from that, compare it to the rest of the sample, and that's it. And this is the mean. So just if you have. Yes, yes, and let me, that's a good question. So yes, I'll repeat the question. So this is for the panel of countries, yes, and we pool the countries by first taking the means and standardizing the variables. We do a lot of robustness with respect to that, but as a first, you realize that you of course need to take away the means because otherwise you would have EMEs with high growth rates and advanced countries with low growth rate. You couldn't make that comparison. So you would get convergence rather than a difference in these things. So that's the first thing. Then we do a lot of other things. We detrend the data in various ways because you could have a growth slowdown during the period, and typically have. So we're not really interested in super hysteresis, or we are, but we are not addressing it at all. So we take that out by having some slow growth trend. In the baseline, we are nowadays going to have GDP per capita, just to get that out. But we have a lot of filtering methods, taking averages and whatnot. So there's a ton of these things. But yes, so this is a pooled panel, but we have normalized the data so that we get rid of some of these problems that would occur. Okay, good. Now, what do we do? So the severity is this one, and then you see in terms of standard deviations, how much it actually differs since we normalized the data. So that's what you're seeing. Now, what should you take away from this picture? Well, anything above the 20th percentile, we really get nothing, okay? Now, this is symmetric in the sense that if I were to do it for the positive ones, we get the same picture. So you would ask yourself, does this mean that also positive ones have a permanent effect? The answer turns out to be no, but you have to do a two-sided test. This is really a one-sided test. And the reason is if there's a positive, if you look at the positive big booms, but you have in truth a permanent effect from negative contraction, it's going to look like the positive boom has a different mean than the average growth rate because you're missing the negative contractions. Yes, sure. So we're doing a two-sided test as well. And that's what you're seeing here. We're asking now, so you just saw half of the distribution where we do a test up to the half, but what if we do then a two-sided thing? What you realize, this is the one-sided test for the negative side, this is the two-sided test. It should be a little bit closer. The way we do it is we kick out the big expansions. So we identify two sets, okay? Big expansions and big contractions. We kick out all the observations associated with the big expansions, and then we test the contractions again, and vice versa. Then we identify the big expansions and the big contractions, kick out the big contractions, and redo the test, okay? And what you see is, if you don't kick out the big contractions, then there's some smaller but still significant effect on the big expansions. But as soon as you kick out the contractions, then you cannot anymore distinguish it. It's still positive, but you cannot distinguish it. Okay, so it doesn't seem that the big booms are generating these effects. It's also visible if you look at the distributions of these things. So it's actually kind of nice that the big boom expansions, the 10-year growth rate from those T0s are centered around the middle and look as they should. Okay, now the last thing we do is we dig a little bit deeper. This is in the paper now, we only have two types. So we have a crisis identified with the standard crisis, financial crisis indicators, which have been generated elsewhere. This is more academic in the sense that then we know what it is and we don't have to do arbitrary classifications. But otherwise, we also did this kind of narrative. We look at various events, big contractions in the 5th percentile, and then we ask ourselves which are these perceived as being associated with. And this is not really strict academic. No matter how you classify these events, the same picture will actually emerge, and it's this type of picture. So again, when I test the difference between the means, they're very, very similar in magnitude. So what we're saying is virtually all of these events, whatever they were associated with, seems to generate the same type of response in GDP, and always this significant number when we compare the two means. So it seems that whatever is generating this pattern in the data is not really specific to any particular crisis. It's not like an oil crisis has, or an energy crisis has more severe effects than a financial crisis. They're all there. Okay. The oil crisis here, it seems that it's a little bit larger, but then if you look at we don't have that many in the sample, so the standard error is pretty large. Okay, now I'm going to spend a minute on robustness before my time is up, but you saw the observations before. Well, if we exclude them, we're essentially doing the parallel trends assumption already prior and after the crisis. So that actually helps us find hysteresis in some ways. So keeping them in biases against finding hysteresis. We of course do it, but it's going to be just stronger results. Growth slowdown, we take away a number of different ways of taking trends. The same result emerges. Misclassifying starting points, well, the big one is having a boom ahead of so we're starting up at the T0 and it's a boom. Well, what we do is we identify the T0s and we jump back a couple of years. So instead of calculating from T0, we calculate T0 minus 12 in the quarterly sample. Okay? So we skip the entire possibility of a boom there. Now maybe the boom is longer, we could do it with even 5 years and it would still generate the same thing. In actual fact, in most countries, the height of the boom is 1 year before you see the big contraction. So if you take, go back, it really helps you again in the sense that you see more signs of hysteresis. Is there anything else? Sample, well, we do samples, splits, we do all of these kind of things. I'm sure you're going to have some questions about it later, so we can jump back and look at the precise figures. But we have done a lot of variations on this. But essentially, it's all the same. So, okay, so let me conclude here. So basically, what we have tried to figure out is is there an asymmetry in the way that we see scarring in the data, or is it really the case that we have this symmetric thing where as a policymaker you could potentially have permanent gains by doing lax policies at times, and we do indeed find that it's really asymmetric. Only really big contractions seem to generate long-lasting effects on GDP figures. The specific causes do not really matter that much, at least to the extent that we made a proper classification of these events. That's the big important qualifier to that. Now, messages for policies in this case then to try to avoid, to the extent that these things are endogenous, then you should try to avoid dark corners. This may be more relevant for financial crisis than something like a pandemic, because obviously it's going to be harder to anticipate and avoid. And I guess the last point that we maybe should think about then is should policy be more responding more asymmetrically if this kind of pattern, since these losses are permanent, then you would probably want to avoid them, and that means that you may consider asymmetric policies. In terms of modeling, let me comment a little bit on that. In terms of modeling, if you want to capture these kind of effects, you would probably need some type of hysteresis mechanism coupled with some type of occasionally binding constraint or jumps between equilibria or something like that, because otherwise you wouldn't get this asymmetry very easily. So that's it. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mika. Now let's have questions for 5 minutes. We have time.
So, thanks. Very, very interesting. Did you guys look at other variables like a multivariate approach? For example, looking at employment jointly with GDP would be, perhaps informative of what's going on.
Yeah, no. So that we didn't. So no multivariate stuff. We did look at other variables, but not to a greater extent. And we decided to keep it simple for this paper. But that's probably a direction we're going. I don't know, this interaction between them, that would be interesting. And if you were to go into the direction of trying to figure out if this is truly endogenous growth, in the sense that you want to be more go into the first question, then you would obviously have to identify some kind of shock. Either you have to have some external shock measure, or then you would have to do it internal, and then you would probably go for that kind of method at the end of the day. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, other questions?
Thanks. So this, I found this very interesting, and it reminded me a little bit of a talk by Stephanie Schmidt-Grohe that I heard a while ago, where she was looking at very long-run time series starting in 1850, I think, or something, and basically arguing that if you look at that long a time span, there was a period of very frequent and large shocks, followed then by this calmer period with smaller shocks after the Second World War, and that perhaps now we are re-entering into such a period with high volatility. And I was just wondering if you extended your data set into such a long time period. Obviously that's only possible for some countries, but it would be very interesting to then rerun those tests, and maybe you have some kind of intuition of what might be happening then.
Yeah, I can already tell you, because we did that to some extent. We didn't include it in this version of the paper as not to have very many different data sets to work with, but maybe we, depends on what referee comments we get also if we add it sometime. But what you really see if you look at the data is, so the first thing we should note is, oh, sorry, where did it go? It's a little bit, there's a lag there. Okay, good. So the first thing to note is that financial crisis is about 60% of all of these events. You see the blue things here. Of course, a lot of them recently, but also in the past. Now, what's really different if you look at the historical data series is that the period of financial repression between the Second World War and essentially 1970 something, that period, there's no financial crisis happening at all. So if there's an event, it must be something else, and those are quite rare in the data. So I guess that kind of answers why there's a sort of gap. But if you go far enough back, then these things reappear. So then there's more financial crisis. Then there's also other events occasionally happening. Now we did it. We get exactly the same results. But again, because in essence, because we did get constantly the same result, we picked a data set that was sort of easy and high quality to defend. So we didn't have to spend much time. Yeah, thanks.
One more question. Okay, if not, then thanks, Michael, and let's move to the... Okay, so next speaker is going to be online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there seems to be a lag, but I'm hoping that you can hear me. Thank you so much for having our paper on the program, and I'm sorry I cannot be there. I am in Crete, teaching at the First Summer School of International Economics. We didn't know the paper was on the program before I committed to this, so sorry for not being there in person. Let me share my slides. Okay, so computer, okay, and then desktop. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. All files. Okay. Can you see my slides?
No.
No, okay. It keeps giving me a flashing, this is very weird. Yeah, Teams is always an issue compared to Zoom. Let me try one more time. I'm sharing from desktop, and this is a PDF file that is already open. No, okay, let me see. Can you see them now? I shared my screen and I see my slides, but I guess you don't see them.
We can put your, okay, now we can see
Okay.
your slides.
Can you see them on full screen mode?
Yes, now it's full screen. Thank you.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So let me start. So this is joint work with Julian DeGiovanni at the Federal Reserve, Bank of New York, Alvaro Silva, my graduate student at Maryland, and Mohamed Yildirim at Harvard. So usual disclaimer applies. You see a different title here than what you see in the program, because this has been a research agenda I have been involved with the last 3 years. So basically, we have written a paper on global supply chain pressure, trade, and COVID inflation for last year ECB Sintra meeting. And then we extend to quantify the impact of fiscal stimulus in that inflation, the papers and proceeding piece from this year. That is the title you see in the program. And for me to be able to explain that, I have to explain the first paper first, because that's where the model is. And then the last bit of time I have, I'm going to show you 2 results from this new work where we are trying to see if the results from the first 2 paper will stay intact if we allow for endogenous exchange rate adjustment in the global networks. Okay. So this is a conference on monetary policy in the time of large shocks, and this is basically what COVID has been about. We have seen very large swings in economic activity since 2020, characterized by collapse and recovery in domestic demand, GDP, and international trade. These things played at different times in different countries, although the primitive shock, COVID, was a global shock. There was this very important feature here of the consumption substitution across sectors, where countries restructured their economies basically from services to goods and now back to services. So that's why we talk a lot about goods-driven inflation and services-driven inflation. Now literature is calling this reallocation shock, but of course this is not a shock. This is the endogenous response of consumption to the COVID shock, which has been played out asymmetrically across sectors and countries. And this, unfortunately, end up being tied to labor markets. Even labor markets are domestic. Labor is a complementary good to intermediate inputs, and intermediate inputs, of course, are imported most of the time, which is linking the domestic supply chain issues to global supply chain issues and the labor market. Most notably, of course, tightness and slack in the labor market, and that's why the recent episode we always hear about the labor market. Now, the result is, of course, highest inflation in the 4 decades, and when we want to understand if monetary policy can be effective to bring down this inflation, our work argues that we really have to first not just decompose, but quantify the drivers of inflation in the data based on a structural model. How much comes from the sectoral shocks, how much comes from the aggregate shock. Fiscal stimulus is an aggregate shock, but fiscal stimulus is put on top of a series of sectoral shocks. So we believe it is very important to understand that. And of course, given the nature of those sectoral shocks, the international dimension is also very important in our view. Now, the idea here is, again, I'm going to show you a structural model where we are going to use to quantify the inflation drivers. And the goal here is to mimic the real life 2021 events as much as we can. Why 2021? 2021 is the year central banks missed inflation. The entire critique on central banks is they didn't react in 2021. By 2022, we already have monetary policy tightening in the largest areas. And, the issue started being under control. But 2021 is a very important year. So I'm going to show you results first, try to mimic these events and quantify inflation in 2021. This is also good because this is before the Russia-Ukraine war. And when we talk about supply shocks, people immediately now think an energy shock and the war. But of course, these supply shocks we are talking about are the sectoral shocks, sectoral factor shocks, intermediate input, labor, and all that. So we really want to focus on that first and then extend results to 2022. Now, the 2021, the most important real event, and in my view, the key reason why central banks, in my view, didn't react, you can, of course, call it they missed inflation, is this coexisting of slack and inflation problem. When inflation started in 2021, the economy still experienced slack. And of course, that's a difficult problem for a central banker to start tightening output lower than potential in that year. Clearly, it cannot be all about demand shocks. And there was huge asymmetry in the timing and sectoral heterogeneity. As I told you, goods versus services inflation, how sectoral inflation becoming broad-based and creating this problem of sticky inflation that we are now living through. So here, it is very important to focus on the fact that the primitive shock has been always COVID, and that constitutes a disaggregated demand and supply shocks with asymmetric recovery. Now, this is going to give you sectoral imbalances and labor shortages. There will be sectors with slack and with tightness. And it is important to capture this in the data to be able to quantify and decompose correctly the drivers of inflation. Now, here, the global dimension is going to be important. You just cannot imagine supply chains and the input-output networks are only local things in a domestic economy. They are connected to the global chain. So this is exactly why, the lockdowns in China is going to have an impact on inflation in the United States and Europe. So this also combined with the sectoral shifts in consumption demand connected with sectoral production using intermediate inputs and labor. So let me show you these facts. So this is the simultaneous slack and inflation problem. And this is stopping at the end of 2021. So you can see how when the headline inflation started rising in Euro area on the left, and the United States on the right, the employment to population ratio not back to pre-pandemic levels, so we observed slack. Now, the composition is also very interesting. You can see, again, Euro area on the left, United States on the right, durable consumption in purple, services in orange, and non-durables in pink. Recovery is very fast in US, especially in durables and non-durables. Services recovery almost complete, but not there at the end of 2021. Euro area services not even began its, backward, ascent back to 2019 level at the end of 2021. This, of course, matches perfectly to the inflation side. So here I show you headline inflation and core inflation on the top. For Euro area in the pink, United States in purple, and United Kingdom in orange. The down, services and goods inflation, again, for these three areas. The top numbers you all know, but look at the plots on the down. Like the bottom left, services inflation. At the end of 2020, there was nothing going on. In all these three major areas, it's not even 4%. Now, goods inflation by that time, before the Russia-Ukraine war, and goods inflation in all the areas is like almost 11% in the United States, 8% in UK, and euro area. Update these facts now for year forward. You can see, of course, inflation started turning in the United States. The vertical line on these figures is end of 2021. So 2022, we have the new shock of the war and the energy shock. And now economies are coming back to full employment. Same in euro area. The interesting thing here is, of course, this association between the supply chain pressure index of New York Fed in black here for United States and euro area, of course, is a global index, and the pink is headline inflation. You see, again, before 2022, how they go together, the supply chain pressures and the inflation in United States and euro area. In 22, of course, inflation is still there in the area. Supply chain pressures came back, same for the United States. United States inflation turning back because, of course, monetary policy tightening started earlier in the United States. Now, updating the consumption facts is, again, now services is fully recovering, which means together also with this extra recovery in durable goods consumption, which brings me back to updated figures on inflation. Now, again, focusing on the bottom, you see that services inflation becoming the story, going to 8 to 9%. In US and euro area is around like 6%. Now, UK is going to be much higher. It's going to be around 10% right now, services inflation in UK. Goods inflation obviously turning back, start dropping United States, and also euro area later with a lag because of the tightening starting later. Okay, so we are going to argue that all these facts are going to be related tightly to global production network. I'm showing the global production network here in an unusual sense. When you look at these network figures, you tend to see a huge spider web with many, many dots. My intention is to make the point that this network is not just a trade network, but it's a production network, because it's not just about final goods trade, but intermediate input trade, which is going to be complementary input in the production to labor. So you see on the left, the trade network, right? I'm sorry. Yeah. So this is the trade network in blue. You see the less open countries like United States in light blue, and very open countries, European countries like Ireland, Singapore in dark blue. And you see the place of the European countries like Germany being at the center, how important the supply chain issue for the European countries. Now you envision the figure on the right, which is the input-output linkages for a domestic economy, any domestic economy, inside that blue figure. So that makes it very clear that this is not just about goods manufactured trade and how those prices are going to be feeding back to wages. So that's why we are observing a price wage issue instead of a traditional wage price issue. So this is going to be very important, because you see that, again, it's not just about tradable sector. This is color coded. Tradable sectors are going to be in red, like electronics, but non-tradable sectors where, sending and sourcing a lot from other sectors like wholesale, retail, construction is going to be a big part of the story. When construction sector in the United States cannot import, obviously, steel and lumber from China and Brazil, this is going to be, working together also with black and tight labor at different times, which hopefully going to be clear now when I go through the model. Okay, so this is the narrative. We start with a negative supply shock, demand shock being relative, good demand up, services demand down. You start a world of supply chain disruptions, then you shock that world with a very large shock of fiscal stimulus. The minute you bring this fiscal stimulus, which is, again, it's extreme in the United States, but also in other countries, you are going to put these relative demand changes of goods towards goods, away from services on steroids. And the end result is going to be worsening the supply chain disruption that is lasting almost 2 years, and of course, inflation. So there's a large literature we relate to. Most closely, we will be relating to papers such as Bakai Fahri, Jennifer's work with Tapas Salai on inflation production network with sectoral demand and sectoral supply shocks. There's also work doing this without the networks, using two sectors. Of course, there is a large network literature in trade, but this literature doesn't work with nominal rigidities or demand shock. And there is existing work on inflation, try to decompose demand and supply drivers of inflation with sign restriction, reduced form regressions. So what we will be doing here is using a structural model with unrestricted IO linkages, network linkages, both for closed economy and then globally, without restricting any elasticities, and quantify the drivers of inflation, both during the collapse and recovery. Okay. Let me go through quickly the model. The model is going to be very much based on the Bakai Fahri AER paper in 2022. We are going to simplify that paper just to get the key ingredients so we can quantify the drivers of inflation. So two-period closed economy model, that's how we start. Recording households with perfect foresight. Again, this is a full-fledged network model, so multiple sectors produce using multiple factors, intermediate inputs. So everything is a factor. Labor is a factor, capital is a factor, steel is a factor. So this is going to be multi-layer of CES production function, perfect competition in factors and goods markets. Of course, we are talking about inflation and monetary policy. So we start with zero lower bound, and the rigidity here is going to be a downward nominal wage rigidity, exactly as in their work. Why we build on their work? Because this setup is very nice for quantification because it allows rich set of shocks. Remember, we want an aggregate demand shock because without an aggregate demand shock, you wouldn't be able to feed in the fiscal stimulus. We definitely want a sectoral demand shock because we want to capture this sectoral shift in consumption from services to goods back to services, since inflation is going to be driven by these two components at different times, creating persistent. And we definitely want to have a sectoral supply shock so that we can talk about labor shortages and sectoral demand supply imbalances, which is basically Chairman Powell now talks about every press conference during the last 8 months. Okay, so let me give you the intuition with a very, very simple figure. So labor markets are segmented here. So think this figure as one sector. You are looking at a construction sector or manufacturing sector. Why do we have that assumption? Because if you allow when people stop consuming contact-intensive sectors consumption, like stop going to restaurants, stop going to gyms, with the standard assumption in our models, full reallocation of labor, those workers fired from those sectors will go and drive the, trucks of Amazon. Amazon needed extra truck drivers because of the online, groceries. They can, build ships. We needed more ships and all those things. So, or you want a home office, you want an extra computer for your kids' homeschooling. So all that, it didn't happen, right? And in fact, we went with this assumption because this didn't happen, but now there's evidence that actually we didn't see any labor reallocation during the first 2 years of the pandemic, basically by 2023 in the recent work by John Fernald as shown. So we are going to assume this doesn't happen. Labor is not going to move between these sectors. So if you think all these, labor markets, factor markets segmented, and start with a sector equilibrium with downward wage rigidity shown here in pink, originally, the early days of COVID, we had this inward shift of labor supply. And here, we don't take a stand why this happened. You can tie it to lockdowns, but lockdowns not in every country. You can tie it, fear of not going to restaurants, workers getting fired. You can tie it to people being sick, health shock. You can tie it to great resignation. But whatever it is, we are going to observe a leftward shift of labor supply. Originally, of course, labor demand is going to shift down, and then because of the downward wage rigidity, wages cannot fall, so employment has to fall. So you are going to have this Keynesian unemployment that these papers adopt. Okay, so Bakai Fahri, Veronica Gureri et al., and other papers. So we are going to have this Keynesian unemployment, which of course, relevant for the slump. Now, during the recovery, during the boom, what is relevant is, of course, inflation, labor demand recovers. And even though some of these gaps, unemployment gaps close, you are going to be at an inflation point. Now, you can be at a point like D. If labor supply is fully back, you can be at a point like here or here. So we don't know where we are, but we are in an inflationary environment linked to cost plus shocks and factor inflation. And the model is basically going to allow us where we are, which point we are, and how much of that is coming from demand and how much of that is coming from supply. Okay. So in this model, you get this. This is a nonlinear model, so the full quantification is going to be nonlinear. But of course, there is a very nice first-order approximation to CPI inflation. So the first-order approximation to CPI inflation you see on this slide, an aggregate demand shift. So that's standard. Higher aggregate demand driven by fiscal stimulus is going to give you more inflation. What is interesting and not standard, if you compare to a Phillips curve, is this sectoral technology changes and sectoral employment equilibrium changes. So you see that all these sectoral changes are going to enter with a negative sign. So any negative supply shock, negative productivity shock is going to be inflationary here, regardless where it comes from, which sector it comes from. So that's a very nice feature. Decreases in employment are always inflationary, regardless of the reason, because that's the equilibrium. Sectoral demand shocks are going to affect inflation through these wages and sectoral employment, and production network entering here fully, of course, through these lambdas, like this lambda and this lambda. So that's going to bring in the linkages between sector through factor shares and DOMAR weights. Okay. Now, to focus on fully the labor story, we are going to set these middle term, the sectoral productivity changes to 0. Originally, again, we did this because we really want to get this inflationary effect of labor shortages. But now, as I said, John Fernald and Lee, this is their paper from last year, Jackson Hole, showed us that, reallocation of labor didn't happen and there wasn't that much changes in the sectoral or aggregate productivity. Of course, this is a big debate right now, so we didn't see the end of it. But for now, I'm going to show you result setting this 0.
You have about, you have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, so let me show you the results. So the data we are going to use on sectoral demand shocks is going to be consumption expenditure. On the supply shock is labor hours. This is going to be standard. We will do two things. First, we back out the demand shock so that we can decompose the observed CPI inflation in sectoral hours and then the demand so that we match the inflation and decompose. Later, we feed in the fiscal stimulus. Okay? So this is the result. For US using 66 sectors, we are going to find that, the actual inflation at that point was 8.4. The model is going to give you 9.1 because of the nonlinearities. The aggregate demand shock backed out, matching inflation is going to be 6 percentage points, 1 yellow from the sectoral demand shifts and 3 coming from the supply. European story is, again, actual inflation is around 5. The model will give you 5.7. The backed out aggregate demand is 3 and the supply is 3. So half of demand, half of supply in Europe, 1/3 supply, 2/3 demand in US. Let me skip the open economy part and then come to the fiscal stimulus part. So this backed out aggregate demand explains 2/3 of the US inflation. Now the question is how much of that is from fiscal stimulus? To do that, instead of matching the observed inflation and backing out the aggregate demand as a discount factor shock, now we feed in nominal GDP, right? Deviation from GDP, and then we feed in government expenditure and run this counterfactual feeding nominal GDP with and without government expenditure, so we can see how much fiscal stimulus can explain that 2/3 inflation driven by the aggregate demand shock. So here, I'm just showing you the US result. Here, the US data, nominal GDP without the government expenditure in the middle, and the headlines CPI. We do two different trending, log linear and constant annual growth. The results doesn't change much. And here are the results. So first of all, I believe, this is one of the few models that can match actual inflation. So the percent price change from the inflation was 9% at June 2022 when we did this. Percent price change since December 2019 is 14% because we are doing a 2 years exercise. Model is predicting that. So remember, right now we are not matching inflation, just having the model predict that. Given the trending technique, model is predict 13 or 14. So exactly what happened in the data. And now the backed out aggregate demand shock versus GDP is basically going to tell you the same thing, that aggregate demand and fiscal stimulus is very important. Fiscal stimulus is going to be explaining half of that 2/3 effect. How do I know that? The top panel is this constant growth trending. The bottom is log linear trending. You can see that this 8% aggregate inflation, where 5.4 comes from aggregate demand, goes down to 5, where 3 comes from aggregate demand when we take out the government expenditure. So just comparing the blue and orange on the left to blue and orange on the right, you see that fiscal stimulus is going to account a large part of that aggregate demand. And you can see the purple bar, which is the supply shock part, is just stays the same in this exercise because we are just taking out the fiscal from the aggregate demand to quantify. Okay, I have 2 minutes, I guess, so let me skip this. This is the just 1 minute thing on this. We did on the recent last paper these time drivers. As you know, Bernanke and Blanchard has a new paper, try to understand which shock matters most, but they do it in a very reduced form way. So this is, again, from the fully structural network model, both closed economy and globally. So you see that actually both United States and Euro area supply shocks are very important pretty much by, mid-2021, and then demand shocks take over after that in pink. For Euro area, a little bit later, demand shocks pink. So again, this is the importance of supply important first, demand important later. Let me conclude So global health shock and limited substitute across inputs created the supply chain bottlenecks and rising prices, which then later feed into rising wages and labor market outcomes. So the point here is that supply shocks definitely important, and in a time series then early on, overall half of the observed euro area inflation is from supply, 1/3 in US. Foreign shocks, of course, very important for euro area because euro area observed in terms of trade shock. Now, inflation spillover between US and euro area is going to determine how exchange rate adjusts. So it is one of the results we show. The fiscal stimulus part is very important. Most of the aggregate demand driver of the US inflation is due to fiscal stimulus. So this doesn't mean monetary policy cannot be effective. So the result we want to highlight is what was the mistake in 2021 is not realizing demand stimulus is done in a supply constrained world. If you done the same demand stimulus in a supply not constrained world, you wouldn't have that much inflation. That extra 3 percentage points comes from this fact, right? So if you do demand stimulus in a supply constrained world, this is going to have larger inflationary effect in that country and also globally. Monetary policy can tame inflation, of course, by contracting aggregate demand, but as long as we have this sectoral supply shock, there's always going to be upward pressure on price growth. And we believe a network model with asymmetric sectoral supply and demand shocks is the best way to go here. Linking these sectoral cost push shocks coming from any factor to inflation, and we hope central banks will adopt that type of framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have some questions. Who would want to start? Yeah, Michael. There's some question coming. Sorry, it's a little slow.
Yeah, very interesting. So, I was wondering, Shabnam, whether you have some ideas how potentially, the degree of disaggregation of your kind of model economy might matter, and also, how frictions and heterogeneities across sectors in your network could play a role. So, whether there's any data to potentially inform that, and whether this could have the potential then also to tell us something on the relative contribution of the different shocks. Thank you.
Okay, yes, this is a very important point. So right now we work with the full granularity we can get. That's the reason also we work with US and Europe, because the minute you go to OECD countries, you get 3 sectors at most. You don't get more than 3 sectors. Remember, we need sectoral consumption, sectoral labor. So for US, you have this for 66 sectors, for Europe, 4 to 5 sectors. So that's very good for us. Now, but maybe there's this heterogeneity working some other way. So to be able to, get at that, and also to be able to do UK and compare, we did everything at the 3 sectors. So we aggregate everything at the 3 sectors. Overall qualitative result is the same, but the over time result can change. And remember, we didn't separate the energy yet. So, when we separate the energy, which will go through the TFP shock, that type of, if you are doing 3 sector aggregation versus 66 sector, definitely can make a difference. We should work on that. In terms of other frictions, we didn't work with other frictions. You can have other, one thing we tried in the original Bakai-Fahri, there is hand-to-mouth agents, which is of course an important issue with the fiscal stimulus. So in the papers and proceeding piece, we did robustness with hand-to-mouth, and it goes exactly the way you expect with the hand-to-mouth agents. So the magnitudes and of course the composition is going to change. That's going to depend, of course, what parameter you give to that hand-to-mouth. It's the 0.3 or what. So we go a full range. But yes, result is of course going to be sensitive to that. We didn't do any other frictions, but of course, this can be thought out further. So the key thing here is the downward wage rigidity and segmented labor markets right now.
Okay. Maybe a couple more questions.
Hi, very nice. Question, basically two related questions. First, I suppose the government expenditure includes transfer payments from the government. And second question is, how do you take into account the multiplier? Like the government spends $1, but normal demand can go up by, say, $2?
Yes, so we try to do it. Yes, we can do a better job on that. So right now, basically, we don't even get into that. It's just that we play with this hand-to-mouth agent parameter, which will, of course, affect the multiplier. But we are basically saying, okay, you get these checks, how much spent, how much consumed, how that will change the supply-demand drivers. But of course, obviously the next thing is going to be the fiscal multiplier and interaction between the sectoral shock and the aggregate shock. We didn't do that. We can't do that. In the other paper I did with Pierre-Olivier Gorinsha, Nick Pencioka, and Veronica Zander for the Jackson Hole 2021, we did look at that. We actually did estimate the fiscal multiplier, and what we found there, the big thing is not that much hand-to-mouth. Well, okay, we didn't play with hand-to-mouth, to be fair, because we were doing many countries there. But the big thing we realized there, if you have supply constraints or not. Supply constraints really reduce the multiplier, very much so. I mean, you go to an order of magnitude down, which is why we get this result. You can move employment between slack and tight sectors, but you end up being very ineffective on output in terms of fiscals. Very low multiplier in a supply constrained world, so you are ineffective in terms of output, but you can definitely move employment. So you make job gains, but not that much on the output. And this is also a result in Bakai original paper. Fiscal stimulus is very ineffective in this world with supply shocks and complementarities, right? Complementarities actually mitigates the effect of fiscal stimulus. So yeah, we should do it here too.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we need to stop here. Time is up, and thanks very much for the talk.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we move to the last paper of the workshop by Florencia Airado. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you so much to the organizers for having me here, for including my paper in the program, and thank you all for making it till the end. I can't promise the presentation is so easy, but I'm doing my best to try to transmit the main message. So the paper I'm going to present is called Exit Strategies from Quantitative Easing, the Role of the Fiscal Monetary Policy Mix. So as you may know, during the Great Recession, and especially during the COVID-19 crisis, central banks in developed economies, and especially in the US, started first to stimulate the economy by decreasing short-term interest rates until they hit the zero lower bound. Then, as a consequence, they started to implement what we know as unconventional monetary policies, and in particular, they started to expand the central bank balance sheet size with the objective to stimulate the economy. I don't know why it's not. Okay, sorry. Okay, with the objective to stimulate the economy by decreasing long-term interest rates. So in this picture, we can see the evolution of the asset side of the Federal Reserve balance sheet since the Great Recession and as a percentage of the GDP. So roughly what we can see is the important expansion that it took place during the whole period, but especially during the COVID-19 crisis, where it increased from 20 to 37% in less than 1 year. And here we can see that the main driver of this jump in assets during the COVID-19 crisis is given by treasuries. So it's given by long-term public bonds issued by the Treasury and purchased by the Federal Reserve. Now, at the same time, or the counterpart of this expansion in assets was given by an expansion in liabilities in the central bank, especially given by bank reserves that increased the liquidity in circulation in the economy. And finally, at the same time, it took place also an important fiscal expansion in the form of public debt to GDP ratios that we have not seen in the last 75 years. So this context where there is a large ratios of the public debt to GDP together with an expanded central bank balance sheet, and especially in the context of inflation rates well above target, represents a new challenge for policymakers and especially for central banks. So that is why we started to see since last year the combination of monetary tightening through the two monetary policy instruments. So in particular, increases in the short-term interest rates, leaving the zero lower bound, together with a reduction in the size of the central bank balance sheet. That is what we know as quantitative tightening, or QT. So what is the problem? Well, as was stated by Jerome Powell last year, the problem is that there is still a lot of uncertainty regarding which are the macroeconomic effects of quantitative tightening. So in this paper, I study specifically that. So I study the impact of QT on macroeconomic and financial variables, such as inflation, public debt, and interest rates. And especially I do it by considering the interaction between fiscal and monetary policies. Okay? And this is going to be the main contribution of the paper, since in general, the papers that study these balance sheet policies typically abstract from the fiscal effects of QE and QT policies. So before going to the model, let me summarize which is the intuition behind this, or why it's important to consider the fiscal effects of quantitative easing and tightening. So we have that when the central bank does QT, it either stops purchasing long-term public bonds, or it goes to secondary markets and sells part of the bonds that it purchased during the crisis. Now, in both cases, this represents a fall in the total demand of long-term public bonds, and then the first effect that we expect is a fall in the price of those assets. Okay? Now, the fall in the price of long-term public bonds are going to have effects on all the agents in the economy, but in particular, they are going to have fiscal effects here. So one of the main effects is that it's going to affect the profits of the central bank. Okay? When the price of long-term bonds falls, this generates a negative revaluation effect in the portfolio of the central bank, and this can decrease the profits or even generate some capital losses in central banks. And second, given the negative relationship between the price and the return on those assets, we expect that when the price of long-term bonds decrease, the debt service will actually increase, representing that this government needs more resources in order to refinance the debt that it has on the market. So all these factors contribute to an increase in the public debt of the government. Now, in order to understand what is the final effect of quantitative tightening, we need to consider how this increase in public debt will be stabilized. And here, the literature that studies these interactions between fiscal and monetary policies typically consider two alternative ways of doing it. So the first one is a situation where the government is the one in charge of stabilizing debt. And then what we expect is the government to adjust primary fiscal surpluses in order to make this public debt sustainable. And this is what we know as the monetary-led regime or monetary dominance regime. And in Lipper's terminology, this would be an active monetary policy and passive fiscal policy behavior. But the opposite situation is also possible. And in this case, if we don't think that there is an appropriate fiscal framework to stabilize public debt, then it might be the case that the inflation rate is the one that adjusts in order to make the debt sustainable in real terms. Okay, so in this case, we talk about a fiscally led regime or fiscal dominance regime. So what I do in this paper is to build a regime-switching new Keynesian DSG model that I calibrate to the US economy before the COVID-19 crisis, where this economy is going to alternate between these different regimes. And in particular, I'm going to use this model to simulate the COVID-19 crisis and the policy response. So in particular, the zero lower bound in the short-term interest rate, together with an expansion in the size of the central bank balance sheet. And then I'm going to use this model as a laboratory to study different quantitative tightening policies and to study the effect of these policies under different regimes. So very quickly, the main result of the paper that we are going to see are the following. The effect of QT depends on the regime in place. So in particular, if QT takes place in a monetary-led regime, then quantitative tightening is effective in stabilizing inflation rate, or it allows for a faster disinflation, even under lower short-term interest rates. Okay, we're going to see that in this case, the two monetary policy instruments are substitutes. But this is not the case if QT takes place in a fiscally led regime. So in this case, what we have is that QT increases public debt and increases the spread with a little impact on the inflation rate. Now, why? Why is this the case? Well, I already mentioned that when the central bank does quantitative tightening, the price of long-term public bonds goes down. This is going to have an effect on both the private sector and the government. And in the case of the private sector, we are going to see in the model that this will generate substitution and wealth effects on households. So when the price of long-term bonds goes down, the returns in which households can invest goes up, and then households have more incentives to substitute consumption for savings. Then this is going to put a negative pressure on consumption and then on aggregate demand. And at the same time, the fall in this price of government bonds generates a negative revaluation effect of households, and then this is perceived as a negative wealth effect that again decreases consumption and decreases aggregate demand, and in the economy this generates recessive and deflationary or disinflationary effects in the economy. Okay? And finally, public debt is going to increase, as I already explained. And now, when debt increases, if we are in the monetary-led regime, then the fiscal authority is the one that stabilizes debt, then we expect taxes to increase. And if taxes or primary fiscal surpluses increase, this at the end exacerbates the detrimental effects on output and on the inflation rate in this economy. But if this happens in the fiscally-led regime, then this increase in primary fiscal surpluses doesn't hold. And even though QT generates an initial downward pressure on inflation, as public debt starts to accumulate, this increases or end up increasing the inflation rate. So at the end, it's not clear what is the final effect on the inflation rate in this regime. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to give you the main characteristics of the model. So of course, I cannot present you all the equations. But if you have any questions, we can go to the appendix and we can see it. So this is a regime switching new Keynesian DSG model. And the economy here is populated by 5 different nations. We have firms, households, and financial intermediaries, all with representative agents. And we have that the government is divided into a fiscal authority and the central bank. Here the fiscal authority issues short and long-term bonds. Both are nominal bonds. And in the case of the short-term bond, we have that it has 1 period maturity and price QS, while the long-term bond has maturity 1/delta and price QL. And on top of this, the central bank issues bank reserves that have the same maturity and price as the short-term bond. On top of this, households can also invest in deposits that in this model are the closest asset to money. And they are going to hold these deposits in financial intermediaries. Then the literature that studies balance sheet policies show that in order to break the Wallace neutrality result between the 2 bonds, we need some kind of friction. Now, there are different ways to generate this. In this paper, I follow this paper of Chen, Kurdi, and Ferrero, and the late paper of, and this recent paper of Elena and authors, and assume that there are financial frictions that give rise to real effects from QE and QT. In particular, there is market segmentation, what means that not all the agents in the economy can invest in all the assets. For instance, only households and the central bank can invest in the long-term bond, while only financial intermediaries can invest in short-term bonds and bank reserves. Okay, think of these households as investing through mutual funds. Okay, so here households are like families and mutual funds together. And when they do, they have to pay a portfolio adjustment cost. And then we are going to have a leverage constraint in financial intermediaries that generates a positive commitment between reserves and deposits, okay, as we see in the data, especially for the last COVID-19 crisis. Then monetary policy consists in both conventional and unconventional monetary policy. So conventional is a Taylor rule for the short-term interest rate that is equal to 1/, the price of short-term bonds. And quantitative easing consists in purchasing long-term public bonds from households and paying them by introducing bank reserves in financial intermediaries. And then we're going to have a fiscal rule for taxes that I'm going to show you right now. So where do the different regimes appear? Well, in this version that I'm showing you today, they appear in the Taylor rule and in the fiscal rule for taxes. Okay, I also have an extension where the rule for central bank purchases of long-term bonds can also be different at the zero lower bound. Sorry, well, I'm going to explain now. So, how much time do I have? 15, yes.
Plenty of time.
Okay, perfect then. Sorry if I am running too much. Okay, so for quantitative easing policy here, I'm quite agnostic, and I assume a full exogenous rule. Okay, again, I have an extension where this can react to endogenous condition. But mainly what I'm going to do is to study different paths for this shock. So for unexpected changes in central bank purchases of long-term public bonds in order to see what happens when the average size of the central bank balance sheet changes. Then for conventional policy rules, I have the following. So this is the Taylor rule that is a standard. It reacts to inflation deviations from the target and output deviations from the steady state. And then the fiscal rule has also an autoregressive part, and it can react to debt deviations from the steady state. Okay, this is in real terms, so it includes the price of the different debts. Okay. And now, what I'm going to have here, and following these two papers of Bianchi and Melosi, the one of 2017 and one most recent paper that they presented also at the Jackson Hole, is the following. So the parameters in these two different policy rules are going to take different values at different regimes. Okay, so in particular, I mentioned in the introduction that in the monetary left regime, the fiscal authority is the one that stabilizes debt. So in this case, we are going to have that this gamma is high enough, representing that the fiscal authority is increasing taxes in order to stabilize debt to the steady state, while at the same time, the central bank will adjust the short-term interest rate enough in order to stabilize the inflation rate. While the opposite will happen at the fiscally lent regime, where these two parameters take lower values, and this changes the determinacy of the economy. Okay. Finally, here notice that I have an extra third regime that is the zero lower bound. Okay, this is to make my life easier, because with this, or by assuming that the zero lower bound is an extra regime, I can solve this model through perturbation methods. Okay, and in this case, instead of having an occasionally binding constraint for the zero lower bound, what I have is that when the economy enters into this regime, we have an extreme situation or an extreme fiscally led regime where taxes don't react at all to debt deviations, and the short-term interest rate fluctuates close to a mean of 1, okay, because this is in gross terms, and it doesn't react to any endogenous condition, okay? Now, in order to avoid situations where the economy is at the zero lower bound with really high inflation rates, what I do is to endogenize the transition probability to the zero lower bound and out of the zero lower bound, okay? I don't have time to give you many details, but we can discuss more about this later, but this transition depends on economic conditions. So if the economy is in a recession or inflation is too low, then the probability of being in this regime increases. As I said, I solved this model through perturbation methods for endogenous regime switching models. And for calibration, what I do is the following. So I calibrate the parameters to match some first and second order moments for quarterly data for the US during this period. And then for policy rules and transition probabilities, I follow this paper of Bianchi and Melosi. Okay. Okay, before showing you, yes. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Okay, so before showing you the result, let me summarize how QE and QT transmits here into the economy. So we have that the fiscal authority issues short-term bonds that are purchased by financial intermediaries and long-term bonds that are purchased by households. And on top of this, households can invest in deposits in financial intermediaries. So when the central bank does quantitative easing, it purchases long-term bonds from households and it introduces bank reserves to financial intermediaries. And when it does QT, it either stops purchasing long-term bonds or it sells part of the bonds to households in this economy at the same time as it reduces the amount of reserves in financial intermediaries. So this lower amount of reserves in the economy will put some restriction to these financial intermediaries, and as a result, the amount of deposits that they extend to households is going to decrease. So here households, what they do is to rebalance their portfolio, reducing the amount of deposits and increasing the amount of long-term bonds that they maintain in the portfolio, as now they have to absorb all the bonds that the central bank is not purchasing anymore, okay? Now, why do they have incentives to do this? Well, mainly through the signals, through prices. So, as we mentioned at the beginning, this reduction in the demand for long-term bonds reduces the price of those assets, and this ends up generating recessive and deflationary effects in the economy and an increase in public debt. Well, typically I show some impulse response functions or so path of QE or QT shocks in order to isolate the mechanism, but given that I have only a few minutes, I would like to show you the main result of the crisis. Okay. So what I do is to simulate the COVID-19 crisis in the US. So I simulate many, many examples. All of them are characterized by negative demand and supply shocks. And the regime is stochastic at every regime, at every period, okay? The only thing that I impose is the initial condition. So in this context, I introduce a quantitative easing program that increases the size of the central bank balance sheet by 13 percentage points, and I compare the dynamics with and without QE, and then I study quantitative tightening, both in average simulation and looking at particular subsamples. So in 2 minutes, what is the role of QE? So here we can see the average through different samples of the main simulation of the crisis. So in blue, we have only the crisis, and in orange, we have the crisis plus the expansion in the central bank balance sheet to 20% of the GDP. And notice that all of the samples are characterized by the same path for negative demand and supply shocks. So first, this crisis generates a very strong fall in output growth and in the inflation rate. And as a result, and given that the probability to enter in the zero lower bound is endogenous, we have here that most of the samples enter into the zero lower bound regime, and they remain there for some quarters, okay? And at the same time, the ratio of debt to GDP also increases. Now, what is the role of QE? Well, we have that quantitative easing first allows for a faster recovery. Okay, through the lens of this model, we have that QE allows output growth to recover 2 quarters before the counterfactual without it. And in terms of inflation, we have that QE avoided a substantial disinflation during the worst periods of the crisis, but at the cost of more important inflationary dynamics in the recovery. Okay, notice that even without QE, we have that inflation would be above the target, okay, due to the recovery from these very strong shocks. But QE contributed to this, or contributed by an extra percentage points here in the simulations, okay? Now, due to faster recovery and higher inflation rate, the economy is able to leave the zero lower bound faster, and the ratio of GDP also recovers faster. How much time do I have? Thanks. Sorry. This is average. So what I can show you here is that the frequency of zero lower bound, or the frequency of samples that are at the zero lower bound during this period is super high. So during the first 9 quarters, most of the samples enter there. Okay, so we can compare these dynamics because all of them are at the, or most of them are at the zero lower bound. Okay, now what happens if now we focus on the recovery? So particularly what happens if we restrict our attention to period 9 forward, so when the economies are leaving the zero lower bound and they can go either to the fiscally lent regime or the monetary lent regime. So as I said in the paper, I have also the average simulation, but now let's focus on restricted subsamples. So what happens if from period t equal to 9, so roughly 2 years after the beginning of the crisis, the economy starts to reduce the central bank balance sheet? So we're going to compare the dynamics without QT, so when the balance sheet remains around 20% of the GDP, versus what happens when the central bank does QT, where it only stops repurchasing the bonds that mature, versus aggressive QT, where the central bank goes to secondary markets and sell part of the bond. So this would be what the Bank of England is doing. And well, we have that if these programs take place at the monetary-led regime, okay, so here we are looking only at the recovery through the monetary-led regime, then in this case, quantitative tightening, and especially aggressive quantitative tightening, allow for a faster disinflation. So the inflation rate will come back to the target much faster, and this happens even under lower increases in the short-term interest rate, so in the conventional monetary policy tool. So this tells us that under this regime, so when the fiscal authority is in charge of stabilizing debt, these two monetary policy instruments are substitutes. Okay, and notice that these are important dynamics, as these differences are around 2 percentage points for many quarters. Okay. Now, why is this the case? Well, we have that when QT increases debt, here we have that the fiscal authority will increase taxes, okay? And through this increase in taxes and in the primary fiscal surplus is able to stabilize the path of debt to GDP. But this is not the case in the fiscally led regime. So in this case, even aggressive quantitative tightening is not even an aggressive quantitative tightening strategy does not generate significant differences in the inflation path during the first period. And we see that when debt starts to accumulate, this higher debt puts more pressure on the spread, so this kind of spirals, and yes, and under this regime, QT can even increase the inflation rate if the program is maintained for more periods. So sorry for going over time, and the conclusions are just what I said. So without an appropriate fiscal framework to stabilize debt, there are no clear advantages of doing QT, at least in terms of inflation stabilization.
Thanks very much. Let's have some questions. Who wants to start? Mikhail. Yeah.
So thank you very much. So the one thing I couldn't understand is why you needed shifts between the fiscal dominant and not fiscal dominant regimes within the same model. I mean, you could just compare the worlds where you either have one or the other, but why did you need a probability that the fiscal authority jumped between them? So that's the first question. The other one was, given that you're modeling QT and QE sort of exogenously here, it's a little bit weird in the sense that would you ever do QT in the fiscal dominant regime? So a more natural way would perhaps be to say that QT is a rule that you do once you hit the zero lower bound, rather than having it as a sort of an exogenous shock thing. And then the question would reasonably be, if you're doing it in order to control inflation in the first place, as the central bank normally would you ever do QT during the fiscal dominant regime? Thanks.
Okay, so first, we have that when there is a probability of changing to a different regime, this already changes the behavior or the policy functions in this economy. For instance, when I show the impulse response functions, you can see that the probability of switching, for instance, from the fiscally led regime to the monetary led regime changes the behavior, because with QT, when you are a household and suddenly are absorbing a higher fraction of the amount of public bonds in the economy, if you expect them to be repaid through inflation, then in that case, you're going to increase consumption today, okay? And this already affects the price of the long-term bonds today through an increase in inflation expectations. And this is quite different if you expect tomorrow to move to the monetary-led regime with higher probability. So even though here we don't have Ricardian equivalence for many reasons, even in the monetary-led regime, if you know that tomorrow you have certain probability of being in the fiscally-led regime, then Ricardian equivalence is broken also there, okay? And second, yes, so my intuition, I have two reasons why I studied this exogenous path for QE and QT. First is because, central bankers argue that this is going to be a secondary instrument, okay? And in a way, I didn't want to affect the determinacy regions of these regimes by changing the rule for QE, but it's certainly an extension that I'm going to do at some point. And I don't remember what I was going to say as the second reason, but maybe we can discuss it later.
Okay, any more questions?
Great talk. So I think you assume a consolidated budget constraint for the government, right? And have you thought about like relaxing that, and maybe like the central bank cannot give negative transfers to the treasury or something like that?
Yeah, so here you're right. I work with the two budget constraints, and at the end we have that the central bank will transfer the profits or losses to the fiscal authority, and that is why you obtain the consolidated budget constraint. I didn't assume any asymmetry with these variables, positive or negative, for simplicity, but yeah. So what at the end, I think that what matters for this determination of prices is this consolidated budget constraint. But I could think about an extension when this is not the case at any value. Thanks.
There's one more question, and then we'll
so very interesting, thanks. I was wondering, you have financial intermediaries in your model, even though they are not assumed to absorb this long-run government debt. Could you still use your framework to kind of look at the effect of the change in the prices of bonds with quantitative tightening on bank stability, like kind of what we saw in some US banks recently?
Let me think about it. But yeah, so when I was thinking about how to think of this problem, I was thinking about maybe households not being able to absorb the extra demand of bonds that are around, and this can generate a sudden increase in the spread of long-term bonds. And this could be something close to a financial crisis here. But this is what I can do with the current version of the model. In which case, sorry? Well, I guess it depends on what I assume for this to be the crisis, but yeah, maybe an alternative way would be to assume that financial intermediaries are the ones that doesn't want to hold the short-term bonds, and they can have an effect on the other price. But I should think about this more to give you a proper answer.
Okay, thanks very much. Let me close the work. Thanks for and let me also close the workshop and thank the Bank of Finland for hosting the workshop and having the practicalities done so well here again. And so let's go.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your stay and have a safe journey home. Thanks.